Americans, we should stand united against all forms of bigotry. In fact, this legislation is modeled on the Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism, and I was proud to co-sponsor and vote last Congress on legislation to elevate that envoy to a cabinet-level position. Because it is important, Madam Speaker, that we live in a world where everyone is free of persecution based on their religious background and beliefs. And until everyone is free to practice their religion, no one is. So I want to thank the co-lead of this bill, a partner in justice, Representative Jan Schakowsky, along with Chairman Meeks, Speaker Pelosi, and the leadership team for their commitment to this legislation. I also want to thank the Council on American Islamic Relations for their advocacy on this, and all the groups representing cross-section of human rights, civil rights, and faith coalitions who fight for religious rights for everyone around the world. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Shabbat.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening in opposition to H.R. 5665. All Americans can agree that persecution against any person or any group on the basis of religion is wrong. Religious tolerance is a fundamental value upon which this nation was founded, which is why the free exercise of religion is protected in the very First Amendment to our Constitution. That same fundamental principle is why I've persistently, in a bipartisan manner, supported the Rohingya Muslims, who have been oppressed, victimized, in fact, suffered genocide at the hands of the Burmese military. This principle also explains why the Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom and 2 other human rights offices at the State Department are already doing the work called for in this legislation. However, the reasons to oppose this bill go beyond mere redundancy. It's also significantly flawed because Democrats have refused to include a definition of Islamophobia and Islamophobic incitement, the very subject matter the bill purports to address. In fact, Democrats voted down an amendment that I offered in committee to exclude legitimate criticism from what counts as Islamophobia. As a result, this bill doesn't make it clear whether the term Islamophobia includes, for example, criticizing radical Islamic terrorist groups or calling out the persecution of Christians. Is it Islamophobic to oppose unacceptably intolerant blasphemy laws or criticize those who call for the destruction of Israel? What about criticizing the Taliban's brutal repression of women or condemning those who deny the Holocaust, as Iran's supreme leader has repeatedly done? While clearly none of these criticisms should be considered Islamophobic, it's deeply concerning that this bill's supporters have refused to protect such legitimate free speech. Thus, this legislation could be used to label almost any criticism of Islam, including criticism of Sharia law, as Islamophobic. It's almost as if its goal is to shut down all debate and protect Islam from any criticism in polite society. Thus, we get to the core problem of this bill. It treats the persecution of Muslims as uniquely unacceptable. Let's face it, pretty much every religion faces persecution, as anyone who has studied history can attest. Arguably, Christians endure global persecution equal to or worse than Muslims. Further, Hindus, the Falun Gong, the Baha'is, Tibetan Buddhists, even atheists all experience repression on some corner of the globe. And while Muslims do face heinous genocides in China and Burma, Christians and Yazidis also faced genocide at the hands of the Islamic State not long ago. Finally, this legislation ill-advisedly elevates the persecution of Muslims to a special category similar to the legislation that created the special envoy to combat anti-Semitism. But unlike alleged Islamophobia, anti-Semitism is a truly unique problem. In the aftermath of the Holocaust, the world realized just how pernicious anti-Semitism was and has been for centuries, and rightly sought to eliminate it. Putting Islamophobia in the same category as anti-Semitism dramatically understates, even trivializes, the historic and pervasive nature that makes anti-Semitism such a difficult problem to overcome. Such a dangerous false equivalence might be used by extremists to justify further anti-Semitic activity. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just, in reply to Mr. McCall earlier, that the anti-Semitism legislation was introduced on January 3rd of 2019, passed the House on January 11th of 2019. There was no hearings that was held at that last Congress before we passed the vote, and there was no markup as we had in our committee this year at all. I now proud to yield 2 minutes to the co-sponsor of this legislation, Representative Jan Schakowsky from Illinois.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise as a proud co-lead of the Combating International Islamophobia Act. In the United States alone, nearly 70% of American Muslims have reported personally experienced anti-Muslim hate, bigotry, and even violence. And this anti-Muslim hate isn't just confined to certain communities and areas of this country. It has reached out in ugly ways, including in my own community, in my own district, to a member of my staff and her family. My colleagues and friends and Congress know that Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, the chief chair of this, sponsor of this legislation, knows all about this in far too personal a way. She has been subjected to relentless attacks and horrifying threats, not just from her fellow Americans, but even within the halls of Congress. And enough is enough. This should not be a controversial bill. We have had a special envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism for years, and I proudly support that office's work. And as a Jew myself, I see the parallel quite directly between anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and we need to be combating both. As a nation that prides itself on defending human rights and standing up against hate and bigotry, creating a special envoy to monitor and combat Islamophobia makes perfect sense. And I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do what is right, which is to vote yes on the Combating International Islamophobia Act. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Perry.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the ranking member for the time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to represent South Central Pennsylvania, where there's a large community of Ahmadiyya Muslims, the most persecuted Muslims in the Muslim faith, but yet there's nothing in this bill to safeguard them. As a matter of fact, many of my colleagues have and will continue to speak about the lack of definition, because it's going to be made up, ladies and gentlemen. It's just going to be made up based on your political proclivities. You're either going to be persecuted or you're not, depending on who you are and who you vote for. Let's face it, aside from the attempts to placate an anti-Semitic member of this chamber, all that's really happening here is that House Democrats are deflecting from the real issue confronting the House of Representatives, and that is that the maker of this bill has no business sitting on House committees, has no business in this chamber. Myriad anti-Semitic comments and those of support of violence and terrorism against the United States are wholly unacceptable. But we're not going to deal with that because we're going to deal with this. Let's not forget the moment the author of this bill breathtakingly referred to the murder of nearly 3,000 Americans on 9/11 by Islamist terrorists as some people who did something. Some people who did something. During last week's markup of this legislation in the Foreign Affairs Committee, I was assailed by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. They told me I was Islamophobic, nasty, mean, and rude. Why? Because I offered amendments that would have prevented American tax dollars from going to organizations with ties to terrorism. Ties to terrorism. You would think that that would be something we could agree on, because we all agree that nobody should be persecuted based on their faith. We all agree on that. But American taxpayers shouldn't be forced to pay terrorist organizations, organizations that the maker of this bill is affiliated with, like the one that's an unindicted co-conspirator in the largest terror finance case in the United States of America's history. Not because I say so, because the judge says so. By intentionally leaving the definition of Islamophobia blank in this bill, the gentlelady and my friends on the other side of the aisle are creating an office in our State Department that will likely spew anti-Semitic hatred and attack Western ideas throughout the world under the farce of protecting Islam. As you can see by this debate, the goal is to silence dissent and critiques of terrorism, to silence it.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentlewoman from Michigan.
What do you want me to do? We called her a terrorist.
We want that the words be taken down.
It's been requested that the words of the gentleman from Pennsylvania be taken down. The gentleman from Pennsylvania will take his seat. The clerk will report the words. The clerk will report the words.
Mr. Perry, you're either going to be persecuted or you're not, depending on who you are and who you vote for. Let's face it, aside from the attempts to placate an anti-Semitic member of this chamber, all that is really happening here is that House Democrats are deflecting from the real issue confronting the House of Representatives, and that the maker of this bill has no business sitting on House committees, has no business in this chamber. A myriad of anti-Semitic comments and those of support of violence and terrorism against the United States are totally unacceptable. But we're not going to deal with that because we're going to deal with this.
And the clerk will further report the words.
But American taxpayers shouldn't be forced to pay terrorist organizations that the maker of this bill is affiliated with, like the one that is an unindicted co-conspirator in the largest terror finance case in the United States of America's history, not because I say so, because the judge says so.
The clerk is prepared to rule. The chair is prepared to rule. The words from the gentleman from Pennsylvania contained an allegation that the maker of the bill is affiliated with a terrorist organization. This remark impugns the patriotism or loyalty of a member of the House, which is not in order, as stated in Section 370 of the House Rules Manual. The gentleman from Pennsylvania also alleges that the maker of the bill is anti-Semitic. This remark constitutes an allegation of discrimination, which is not in order, as stated in Section 370 of the House Rules and Manual. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is the sponsor of this measure, H.R. 5665, as reflected in the official records of the House. Therefore, the chair finds that the remarks constitute personalities directed towards an identifiable member. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
I have several inquiries, if I might. I'm not trying to press. I try to understand. The first one is, did the Speaker and the parliamentarian distinguish or identify between the term author of the bill, maker of the bill, or sponsor of the bill when making its ruling and determination in this case?
The chair has addressed that in the ruling.
So,
does the gentleman want to request an additional inquiry?
yes, I do. Thank you.
State your inquiry.
My question is with regarding the determination that these words were non-parliamentary. What is the extent of the protection of the debate and speech clause vis-a-vis, for instance, when we've had a resolution to strip a member of committee, another resolution to strip a different member of committee this year, and during the debate of that, we had all kinds of aspersions and comments. And if these allegations, which were put forward by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, are accurate and can be defended, was that taken into account in both in the context and his terms? Were those taken into account when you made the determination that his speech was non-parliamentary?
The chair is not going to provide an advisory opinion on a prior proceeding.
I'm not asking for an advisory opinion. I'm asking what you took into account with the parliamentarian to determine that his words were non-parliamentary. That's what I'm asking. And I'm giving you context and relationship of previous actions, and I'm asked for specifically how you limited the speech and debate clause here, and whether the fact that he has documentation to prove his assertions or not, or whether they're relevant.
Rules and manual as stated in the ruling.
The chair relied on Section 370 of the House Rules and Manual as stated in the ruling.
Thank you.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm now proud to yield 1 minute to the representative from Illinois on the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of passage of 5665, commend the sponsors, Representative Omar, and my colleague from Illinois, Representative Schakowsky, for its introduction. You know, I was taught early in life to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, and don't mess around with Mr. In-Between. This resolution reaffirms many of the principles and practice that we've been taught and learned, that religion is sacrosanct, that religion is sacred, and every person deserves to have their religious thoughts, ideas, and ideologies protected. I urge support and passage of this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Please yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Burchett.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Leader McCall. I oppose this bill, Madam Speaker, because it is redundant and will grow a State Department bureaucracy that is already overgrown. This is the same State Department that already has 2 bureaus tasked with this issue. I wish someone would tell me what exactly is it these bureaucrats are doing, since they now need a 3rd department to help them do their job. These are the same State Department bureaucrats who spent 4 years undermining the foreign policy of a Republican president from deep within the government. Now they're getting a pass from the Biden administration to be soft on China, soft on Russia, and of course soft on Iran. And the Democrats in the House want us to spend even more taxpayer money on this already bloated bureaucracy, Madam Speaker. For my friends across the aisle, the solution always seems to be throwing more money at a problem. After 3 years in the House, I'm beginning to realize that for the Democrats in Congress, our tax dollars are nothing more than political duct tape. The problem with the duct tape, Madam Speaker, is it doesn't actually fix anything, contrary to what some people believe. Like growing government and spending more money, duct tape is not a solution. So here's an idea. I wish my friends across the aisle and President Biden would consider, rather than feeding the beast, let's cut the State Department's budget until the bureaucrats deep within decide to get back to work for the American people. Instead of pushing a woke globalist agenda, Secretary of State Blinken needs to call his workers back to the office, rather than letting them continue to stay home while passports and visa applications go unprocessed for American citizens and visitors. Let's not waste our constituents' hard-earned tax dollars playing politics. Our government is big enough. We can do without another dadgum bureaucracy at the State Department, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed with an amendment, H.R. 5746, an act to amend Title 51 United States Code to extend the authority of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration to enter into leases of non-access property of the administration.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the representative from Michigan, a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Levin.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Islamophobia is a problem across the world, including in my own district, where one of the many mosques that I represent was vandalized last year. It's a problem in this body, where only 4 Muslims have ever served, and where the most visible among them, Congresswoman Omar, has been the subject of horrible anti-Muslim attacks. And it's obviously a problem abroad, even rising to the level of genocide in Burma and China. I'm a Jewish member of Congress who considers fighting all forms of oppression and all instances of religious discrimination core to my faith. Mr. Speaker, let's all come together and reaffirm that cardinal American value, freedom of religion. Let's pass this law as a step towards protecting the rights of the world's 1.8 million Muslims, and an integral part of our work to win freedom and security for all people everywhere. I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 6 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Barr.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I rise in opposition to this legislation. Mr. Speaker, Islamophobia is wrong. Just as anti-Semitism, anti-Christian hatred, and all forms of discrimination based on race or religion are wrong. But this bill, despite whatever the author and defenders of this legislation claim as its purpose or their intent, is not targeted to counter actual Islamophobia. In fact, this bill is so poorly drafted, any objective analysis of it raises serious concerns about what the true intentions of the bill are, because it specifically does not define Islamophobia. This lack of definition not only risks confusing U.S. foreign policy, but it also would compromise U.S. counterterrorism efforts and undermine our national security. What we need, Mr. Speaker, and what this bill fails to provide is moral clarity. We don't need nuance or political correctness or silencing debate or censorship on the issue of radical Islamic terrorism. What we need is intellectual and moral clarity. Before 9/11, radical Islamic terrorists were at war with the United States. That was before 9/11. And since then, radical Islamic terrorists have been at war with the United States. Now, you may wish that wasn't the case, but it is an historical fact. And if you cannot even acknowledge who the enemy is, or that we are at war with them, then how can you expect to defeat that enemy? We must face the truth that there is a very real struggle within the Islamic world between religious tolerance, the purported goal of this bill, and an evil, toxic intolerance, the potential byproduct of this bill, that says that if you are a Christian, or if you are a Jew, or if you are a moderate Muslim, then you must be destroyed. And this bill, either unintentionally or by design, gives voice to this toxic religious intolerance by failing to exclude from the definition of Islamophobia any policy or viewpoint that rejects radical Islamic terrorism. This ideology of evil and extreme religious intolerance must be confronted with clarity, as much as each individual act of terrorism, and an over-inclusive definition of Islamophobia threatens to encourage the very extremism that we all say we oppose. Is it Islamophobia to criticize the Taliban, a self-proclaimed Islamic organization, when they commit grave human rights abuses and oppress women? Is it Islamophobia to criticize rejoining the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action when talking about the malign theocratic Islamic Republic of Iran, the leaders of which chant death to America and promise the destruction of the State of Israel? Is it Islamophobia to condemn Hamas when they are firing rockets on innocent Israelis from Gaza? Is it Islamophobia to criticize someone who dismissively, derisively, and defensively refers to 9/11 hijackers as people who did some things? These actions are not Islamophobic. These are beliefs motivated out of security and fact. However, we are voting shortly on a bill that actually does combat Islamophobia, real Islamophobia, a bipartisan bill to combat the forced labor of Uyghur people and the systemic genocide of peaceful Muslim minorities by the Chinese Communist Party. That bill, Mr. Speaker, makes a clear, defined difference. This bill does not. Simply saying we are against Islamophobia without clearly and correctly defining it and establishing an office within the State Department to combat it without safeguards against the relativist views of the politically correct is an invitation to weaponize our foreign policy against itself. We must deal with this problem as it is, not as we would hope it to be. History teaches us that when Islamic extremists and jihadists are not fought, they grow. Their movement metastasizes. The longer they are not confronted, the more they become emboldened. The more they are appeased and tolerated, the more they overrun territories in the areas they occupy and secure safe havens from which they can launch attacks against the United States and the West. As a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I was more than disappointed that my Democrat colleagues, many of whom I respect very, very much, rejected a good faith amendment in our markup to clearly define what Islamophobia actually is. We do have an envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism who works off an internationally adopted definition of anti-Semitism. But the way this bill is structured, it fails to acknowledge that a policy of countering jihad is not, never has been, and never will be Islamophobia. And the bill establishes an office that would actually undermine the very mission of the envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism. In sum, this bill, without definitional restraint, will invite anti-Semitism, anti-Christian bias into State Department decision-making, and it will do so under the guise of combating Islamophobia. That's what this bill will do without definition. Maybe this bill is well-intentioned, but if we don't agree to some kind of definition, and we don't provide some clarity, moral clarity.
Gentleman's time has expired.
The additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. Maybe this bill is well-intentioned, but if we don't agree to some kind of definition, if we do not provide some clarity, moral clarity, intellectual clarity as to who the enemy is versus what Islamophobia is, then what we have here in this bill is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Nuance and political correctness will not help us defeat our enemy, and it leaves peaceful practitioners of Islam robbed of the definition that they truly deserve. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, clearly we're not here to talk about criticism. We're here to talk about persecution. We're here to talk about anti-Muslim hate. We're even here to talk about genocide, and we should know it when we see it. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from the great state of California, Barbara Lee.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 5665, the Combating International Islamophobia Act. And I want to thank my friend, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, for her leadership on this issue, and also Chairman Meeks and the Speaker for bringing this bill to the floor. The bill creates mechanisms for the State Department to monitor and combat international Islamophobia. There are approximately 1.8 billion Muslims in the world, including 3.5 million Muslims in the United States. Now, the truth is, while Islamophobia is not a new phenomenon, anti-Muslim violence has increased significantly over the past 20 years. Just ask any Muslim what Islamophobia is. We've seen incidents such as the terrorist attacks on mosques in New Zealand, atrocities against the Uyghurs in China, and Islamophobic laws in France that prevent girls from wearing the hijab in public. The United States Human Rights Council now says that discrimination and hatred towards Muslims has risen to epidemic proportions. So whether in the halls of Congress, may I have another 15 seconds?
Gentlewoman's time expired.
I yield the gentlelady another 15 seconds.
Gentlewoman is recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I was saying, whether in the halls of Congress, Mr. Speaker, our districts or across the world, we will not tolerate Islamophobia. We know what it is. We must work together to end this bigotry. And so I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 5665, and I yield back. And thank you again for the time.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 5665. Bringing this bill to the floor is nothing more than empty theatrics from Democrats. Our nation has delivered more freedom, opportunity, and liberty to more people around the world than any nation in our history. We have served as the arsenal of democracy and the liberator of oppressed people because we are a good and just nation founded on fundamental God-given liberties. Included among those, as part of our very First Amendment, is the freedom of speech. Our nation has lost precious treasure of our fellow countrymen to free people from the horrors of Islamic fundamentalism. We now look at what has happened to women in Afghanistan since Biden's disastrous and botched departure. Women are being stoned to death in the street for having the gall to be educated. Women are forced into marriages with bloodthirsty Taliban savages to serve as breeders for the next jihad. The fight against these kind of atrocities deserve plain-spoken and hard truths be told. Instead, the other side would like to sterilize free speech and determine what words are allowed under their Orwellian tyranny. Our nation and the world deserve so much better than this ridiculous attempt to stifle free speech. There is tremendous evil in this world. Every day, that evil is trying to infiltrate and undermine our exceptional nation. I will never shy away from calling out evil ideologies, and I will never back down from speaking against them and how they are used to oppress women, children, and the vulnerable. We must stay committed to opposing heinous acts of violence directed at any religious group around the world, but the fact is the State Department is already doing this. This bill brought to the floor today is for one purpose only: to appease the hurt feelings of members who themselves have well-documented backgrounds of anti-American and anti-Semitic remarks. I rise against this bill just as I will rise against any attempts to weaken our rights, diminish our liberties, and distract this body from dealing with real issues to strengthen our nation and empower our people. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the representative from the great state of Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
The gentlewoman from the great state of Michigan, Ms. Dingell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the Combating International Islamophobia Act. This legislation creates an office to monitor and to combat Islamophobia at the Department of State. In recent years, we have seen tragedies like the 2019 Christchurch shooting, as well as the state-sponsored persecution of Uyghurs in China. My hometown of Dearborn, Michigan, has a very large Muslim community, and it's also a constant target of Islamophobic hate. There have been thousands of documented complaints of anti-Muslim hate and bias in the United States this year alone. And my community are good, standing Americans. They're afraid and fearful of these actions. And I've heard from my constituents who are afraid of visiting their mosques or going to events as a result. Passing this bill sends a strong message about our shared commitment to safeguarding religious liberty worldwide. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the representative from the great state of Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, and still I rise as a Christian to say Assalamu alaikum, which means peace be upon you. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 5665 addresses the age-old question, am I my brother's, and I might add, and sister's keeper? If the answer is yes, then what do we do about it? When our brothers and our sisters are being victimized by Islamophobia, threatened, murdered, killed. You can't be your brothers and sisters' keeper, Mr. Speaker, without keeping your brothers and your sisters. H.R. 5665 addresses this by establishing an office to monitor and combat Islamophobia in the Department of State. H.R. 5665 does something such that we can be our brothers and our sisters' keeper. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of it, and I close with Allah Hafiz. May God protect you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York. Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute. I'm sorry, from California.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I also rise in strong support of the Combating International Islamophobia Act. A recent report in California found that 56% of the students in California feel unsafe in their school because of their Muslim religious identity. That's not the America I know. Our nation stands for many freedoms, including the freedom of religion. and I am proud sponsor of this legislation to create a special envoy to fight anti-Muslim hate crimes in the U.S. and abroad. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and with that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee. Recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in strong support of H.R. 5665, combating international Islamophobia. And I've listened to my friends on the other side of the aisle, and they are my friends. Hope that we'll have the opportunity to work together for what the values of America stands for. I've heard my colleagues recount the various efforts of inhumane treatment to Muslims around the world. This is an important statement made by America to create the position of Special Envoy for monitoring and combating Islamophobia. We will be responsible for tracking, coordinating efforts to combat Islamophobia, but also it will require the State Department's annual country reports on human rights to include the acts of Islamophobia. With 1 billion Muslims, the reason why I support this legislation is a statement it makes to the world about the values of this country. And the values of this country should be grounded in the fact that the religious freedom of all should be respected. And then finally, I am really overwhelmed by the constant battering of our colleague, Ilhan Omar. To make her the center point of opposition in this place, it is beneath the dignity of this House. And so by passing this legislation, let the world know that America's values are valuing religious freedom, and that we stand against the abuse of Muslims around the world, as well as here in the United States. This is an important piece of legislation. I thank the chairman for his leadership, and I ask my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, to support H.R. 5665. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does the gentleman from Texas continue to reserve?
Yes, I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I now yield 1 minute to the representative from the great state of Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I have a lot of emotions as I stand here before you today. This bill is a strong step towards combating Islamophobia, but it's only a start. The reality today is that Muslim Americans still face constant abuse right here at home. While it is great to fight Islamophobia abroad, we need to be honest with ourselves about how widespread this disgusting, bigoted, anti-Muslim hate is right here in our own country. Simply put, my 2 sons and children across our country deserve to grow up in a country where their religion, their faith, will not be used as an excuse to target them and endanger their lives and freedoms. Muslims across our country deserve representatives on both sides of the aisle who will embrace them, who will love them for who they are, not those who encourage religious violence for their own political gain. Mr. Speaker, I would say to my fellow Americans who believe in free, inclusive, and accepting country, know that we will win this fight. The actions of a hateful group of individuals in our country and this body are out of touch from the vast majority of our Americans and neighbors who are good, decent people that reject this violent, white nationalist hate and will put party aside to defend one another from this bigotry. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Texas continues to reserve. Gentleman from New York.
I yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi.
Gentlewoman from California, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank him for his leadership, Mr. Chairman. Gregory Meeks, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, for his leadership in bringing this important issue of legislation to the floor, which addresses an issue of faith, of values, and of our country. The House comes together, hopefully in a spirit of unity, I would have hoped, and patriotism to condemn and combat Islamophobia and all forms of racism, prejudice, and discrimination. Listening to the debate, I heard Mr. Danny Davis earlier as he was singing Don't Mess with Mr. in between, talking about religion and talking about how it should be off limits. people's religion should be respected. I know, and probably it is true of everyone here, the respect we have for our own faith, our own religion, enables us to appreciate the faith, the respect people have for their faith. That's why this is so sad, because it's an attack on the faith of one of our members. Sadly but clearly, Islamophobia is a sinister, growing, and for too many American Muslims, a constant presence in our nation. To just review some of the figures, nearly 70% of American Muslims have personally experienced anti-Muslim discrimination since September 11th. Thousands of documented acts of anti-Muslim bigotry and violence are recorded each year, with many thousands unreported. Attacks are growing more common and more brazen, from vandalism on mosques to physical assaults on women wearing hijabs to hate speech, and from public officials to bullying and violence of children at school. Think of how the children hear this. And as we all know, the bigotry is targeted at one of our own, shamefully from within this congressional community. Racism and bigotry of any form, including Islamophobia, must always be called out and condemned in any place it is found. This is particularly true in the halls of Congress, which are the very heart of our democracy, and where we have a responsibility under the rules of the House to behave in a way that brings dignity to this body. Our first president, George Washington, there he is looking over us. Over 230 years ago, in a letter to the Hebrew congregation in Newport, George Washington wrote, "Happily, the government of the United States, which gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under the protection should demean themselves as good citizens in giving in on all occasion their effectual support." He himself defining what is the right way to live. Indeed, bigotry and persecution have always been un-American, as demonstrated by our patriarch, George Washington. Anti-Muslim bigotry affects not only members, but many other members of our congressional community. As hundreds of Muslim staffers wrote last week, Mr. Speaker, they wrote this letter. They said, quote, "Hateful rhetoric by public officials directly impacts us and puts our safety at risk, both at the workplace and in our everyday lives." They further went on to say, the Muslim staffers whom we value here, "We must now come to work every day knowing that the same members and staff who perpetuate Islamophobic tropes and insinuate that we are terrorists also walk by us in the halls of Congress." It's really frightening. Disturbingly, Islamophobia is not a unique American experience, but a global scourge, and as other members have indicated, it's global. Earlier this year, the UN Human Rights Council declared that discrimination against Muslims has risen to epidemic proportions. Around the world, we see tragedy and tragic consequences of anti-Muslim attitudes. The genocide against the Uyghur people and other Muslim minorities in China. Atrocities committed against the Rohingya in Burma. Attacks on Muslim refugees in Central Europe, and white supremacist violence against Muslims in New Zealand and Canada. Targeting of Muslim minority communities in Western Asia and the Middle East. We must confront Islamophobia or any form of racism, wherever it is found around the world, in our country, or even in these very halls. This legislation will not only address the rise in incidents of Islamophobia worldwide, but launch a plan to combat this bigotry. Thank you, Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, for your leadership in advancing equity, justice, and dignity in our Congress, in America, and the world on this action. Thank you also to the Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman, Gregory Meeks, Mr. Chairman, for your support of this important action. With this bill's passage, Mr. Speaker, a special envoy for monitoring and combating Islamophobia will be created, just as the State Department has special envoys on anti-Semitism and international religious freedom. That is something we have always shared in this body, across the aisle and across the Capitol, in a bipartisan way, support for and respect for religious freedom at home and internationally. This envoy, the special envoy created here, will be charged with establishing a comprehensive strategy to combat Islamophobia worldwide. The State Department annual human rights reports will be expanded to include state-sponsored Islamophobic violence and impunity. As a nation that prides itself in the defense of human rights and dignity, we must be leaders both on the global stage and at home by example to combat violence against Muslims. Again, Islamophobia in any place is offensive, dangerous, and must be condemned. And Islamophobia in our own congressional community, specifically the repeating, ongoing, and target Islamophobic comments and actions against another member, as we witnessed this past year, is appalling and totally unacceptable. That language and behavior are far beneath the dignity of integrity, dignity, and decency with which the Constitution and our constituents require that we act in this House. These actions must be called out and not tolerated. Mr. Speaker, every day that we're in session, we begin with a prayer because we believe in our own way. Some don't believe, but by and large, most people here believe. We do so with reverence for our own religious beliefs, with respect for the beliefs of others. If we didn't have such strong beliefs in ourselves and our own religion, it would be easy to believe where somebody might be frivolous about respecting someone else's devotion. But we do. We all profess to be people of faith. The House will continue to look into an array of options to address this priority and take real action to combat Islamophobia, as we have many times taken action to condemn anti-Semitism and other forms of bigotry. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to makers of this motion, Congresswoman Schakowsky, who was very much a part of this, and Congresswoman Omar. I yield back the balance of my time and urge a strong bipartisan vote on this important legislation.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
If the gentleman from New York is prepared to close, I'm ready.
Ready to close.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just first say that all of us deplore anti-Muslim persecution. We're seeing a lot of that in Afghanistan today, especially the small children. We deplore violence on violence, Sunni against Shia. No one should ever be attacked, though, or denied their human rights or dignity because of their faith. I believe both sides of the aisle agree on this. And I personally agree with the intent and the spirit of this bill. The United States government is rightly committed to opposing these acts of violence that we have seen directed at Muslims around the world. State Department has an office to do so. What I do object to, Mr. Speaker, is the unfortunate circumstance that the bill before us abandons the usual statutory language about violations of internationally recognized human rights. Instead, it uses this vague term, Islamophobia. Look it up on Wikipedia. It says it can mean many things. This Islamophobia is not designed. It's not, we're against the anti-Muslim persecution or against international human rights violations against Muslims, but rather it's this Islamophobia. In connection with that, I'd like to quote a 2016 article from Columbia Law Review that states, quote, There is no singular, cogent, or consensus definition of Islamophobia, end quote. Similarly, the University of Oslo's Center for Research and Extremism calls Islamophobia a, quote, contested term. These are law review articles, not mine. And it goes on further to say the term conflates opposition to Islam with prejudice towards Muslims. These expert descriptions underscore the need for due diligence that this text has not yet received. I wish the minority had been given opportunity to discuss this bill before it was thrown in on the markup. For we all oppose religious persecution against Muslims or any other faith. I'm a Catholic. Any other believers in any faith should be protected from this hate speech and violence. So for those reasons, because the definition is not provided, Islamophobia is a very broad term that can be subject to many interpretations. If we don't define that in the Congress through legislative intent, who will? That means we cede our authority over to the executive branch, and then they write what Islamophobia means. I wish we had used different terminologies that are in statute under law, rather than something that's sort of born on a Wikipedia page. To me, that's not the way we legislate here. And I've done a lot of great legislation with the chairman and the previous chairman of this committee, and I intend to keep doing that with him. And I appreciate our joint efforts, though, to advance strong, responsible, bipartisan legislation to protect religious freedom. We're going to have one of those bills coming up right after this one on the Uyghur Muslims, and I appreciate that. I know this has been a heated debate, and some things have been said today that, could be offensive. And this is not about one member of Congress. This is about our ability to come together as Americans and come out with a strong bipartisan bill that makes sense, so we can send the message around the world that this will not be tolerated, just as we are standing up for the Uyghur Muslims with the genocide bill and with the bill that's going to follow this debate that we're having here today. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the time. Chairman, it's been a rigorous debate. We expected this. But I thank you, and I yield back the balance.
Gentleman from Texas yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. McCall, for your statements. And yes, we work very closely together, as well as many members in this House, especially on the House Foreign Affairs Committees. Strong fighters on both sides of the aisle for human rights. But the question that presents itself with this plain and simple bill that simply calls for us to establish an office to monitor and combat Islamophobia at the State Department. The question is, do we all agree? And I think I've heard my colleagues on the other side says Islamophobia is wrong. That means you know that Islamophobia exists. You know it when you see it. You know it when you feel it. You know it when you talk about the Uyghurs, the Rohingyas, or right here in the United States of America. There is a definition right there. You see it. They've said it. We've said it. Islamophobia exists. So what we need to do is call it out. What we need to do is to lock arms and stand together. This is an important bill. The camera of history is rolling on us. It's an important bill, and it's a bill of consequence. It's of consequence, should be of consequence to every human being on the planet, no matter what your religion or no matter what your race. It's important to nearly 2 billion Muslims in the world. So we need to focus on what this bill does. You know, some of the proudest moments of mine, I represent one of the most diverse districts in all of the United States, in the most diverse county in the United States. and I've seen ugliness raise its ugly head, whether it's racism, anti-Semitism, or Islamophobia. But the proud moment is when I see Muslims and Jews walking arm in arm against Islamophobia and against anti-Semitism. When I see people of all races and nationalities standing together, not being silent. Inaction is unacceptable. We cannot stand idly by as atrocity after atrocity is inflicted on people of the Muslim faith or any faith for no reason other than bigotry against their religion. Freedom of religion is a human right. We can and we must do better at combating Islamophobia here at home and abroad. So I look, and I wish it was today, but I keep dreams and hopes alive that we will lock arms, and we've got good people here, and say in unison, as I've seen people do in my district, that we're going to call it out, Islamophobia, wherever we see it, the same with racism, and the same with anti-Semitism. This bill that everybody's watching, and we travel a lot on our committee, we know that people watch what's happening on this floor. They take it to their gut. And I hope that they look at this bill and know that we're going to call it out and not accept it. Silence will not be accepted. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 849, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
To establish in the Department of State the Office to Monitor and Combat Islamophobia and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas.
I requested the ayes and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the desk the bill S3377, the Capitol Police Emergency Assistance Act of 2021, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3377, an act to empower the Chief of the United States Capitol Police to unilaterally request the assistance of the D.C. National Guard or federal law enforcement agencies in emergencies without prior approval of the Capitol Police Board.
Is there objection to the consideration of the bill? Without objection, the bill is read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6256, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6256, a bill to ensure that goods made with forced labor in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region of the People's Republic of China do not enter the United States market and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 6256.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6256, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, introduced by my good friend and colleague and chair of the Rules Committee, McGovern. Last week, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, we passed Chair McGovern's original legislation on the House floor. I heard my Republican friends comment that this bill was being slow-walked by the House Democrats, that we were supposedly passing Chairman McGovern's bill to stall and negotiate the Senate bill, and that even if we did eventually reach agreement, my colleagues across the aisle surmised that the President would not support the compromise package. Now, here we are less than 6 days later, and a compromise between the House and the Senate versions has already been negotiated. And just a few hours ago, unsurprisingly, the Biden administration announced that it would sign this vital piece of legislation. The biggest difference between the two packages was the House call for implementation in 120 days. The Senate wanted to wait 270 days. We have negotiated them down to 180 days. The crucial protections of this law will come into effect months earlier because of House Democrats. So let me be clear, this is a good thing because it is a bipartisan measure. And I'm glad that such an important legislation will pass with near unanimous support from both parties. That's what this should be. Since 2017, the People's Republic of China has systematically carried out mass detention, torture, political indoctrination, restrictions on religious practices, inhumane atrocities against Uyghurs and members of other ethnic and religious minority groups in Xinjiang. We have seen the People's Republic of China expand its extensive program of repression and transform it into a state of state-sponsored forced labor. Under the guise of vocational training or poverty alleviation, authorities in Xinjiang have forced thousands of adults and children to work against their will under threat of punishment to produce goods and raw materials that are then woven into international supply chains and then to our homes. This bill, which has passed the House before, prohibits the import of goods from merchandise from Xinjiang unless the importer can prove the products did not come from forced labor, imposes sanctions on officials facilitating the use of forced labor against Chinese ethnic minorities, add important financial disclosures for public companies that do business in the region. And it also calls for diplomatic strategy to address forced labor in Xinjiang. This is a straightforward bill. It signals that America will not tolerate forced labor, and products made from forced labor shall not enter the American marketplace. In 2021, for any country to realize or utilize forced labor systemically and to oppress and exploit its population is unconscionable, unacceptable, and indeed un-American. And we cannot and will not stand idly by. This legislation is critical to showing that we are putting human rights at the center of our foreign and economic policy. And so, I support this bill, and I look forward to continuing to work. And I want to thank Mr. Barr, and I know Mr. McCall, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for going forward and speaking up. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, my good friend from New York, Mr. Meeks, for his leadership in helping support this legislation, bringing it to the House floor. And I want to thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for his leadership in recognizing this serious human rights travesty that's happening. I also want to thank the 11 House Foreign Affairs Committee Republicans who are co-sponsors of this legislation, including Mr. Smith of New Jersey. And I want to thank Senator Rubio from Florida for working with the gentleman from Massachusetts on finding a bipartisan and bicameral compromise to bring this important legislation to the floor. And Mr. Speaker, it is past time for this chamber and the Congress to act to stop the Chinese Communist Party from using American consumers to subsidize its brutality. Preventing products made with slave labor from contaminating our market is a long-standing priority of U.S. trade, not just because it puts American manufacturers at a disadvantage, but because the American values that we all share will not tolerate it. Truly free trade cannot involve slave labor. But today, the CCP is using the forced labor of Uyghurs and other minorities to help bankroll its genocide against those very same groups. The repression taking place right now in Xinjiang is breathtaking in its scope and in its brutality. More than 1 million people have been locked in concentration camps, subjected to surveillance and brainwashing on a massive scale. Families are being broken up, and children are being taken from their parents. Forced sterilization and forced abortion are being used to limit births among ethnic groups targeted by the CCP. This is outrageous human rights violations, and the world cannot turn a blind eye. It is a horrific warning, not only to China's neighbors and to the American people, but to the world. The Chinese Communist Party is fundamentally focused on expanding its power and its authoritarian style of government. It views things that it does not control, like religion, cultural identity, and the yearning of all people for freedom, as threats that must be destroyed. And because we've drawn the CCP into many of our most critical supply chains, it has the ability to hold our national security hostage while it uses U.S. consumers to subsidize its atrocities. This cannot stand. As many as 1 in 5 cotton garments globally are potentially tainted with Uyghur slave labor. Last year, U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized a 13-ton shipment of human hair that originated in Xinjiang's forced labor system. We have a duty to prevent the CCP from making Americans complicit in these sickening abuses. For that reason, I support the bipartisan bill before us today, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
It's now my pleasure to yield 3 minutes to the sponsor of this bill, the chairman of the Rules Committee from the great state of Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, and I want to thank Chairman Meeks for yielding me the time and for his leadership on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, I am glad that we are able to move this compromised Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act so quickly after the House passed my bill, H.R. 1155, last week. And I want to thank my partner in this effort in the Senate, Senator Marco Rubio, for working quickly and diligently with us to negotiate this agreement. I want to especially thank Speaker Pelosi for her strong moral leadership in getting this done. No one in this body, and I mean no one, has had a more consistent and principled position in standing up for the human rights of the people of China and Tibet. She has been a critical part of nearly every single piece of China human rights legislation focused on China that Congress has passed in recent years, and her steadfast commitment to getting this bill across the finish line is why we are here today. Forced labor is a serious human rights abuse. It is illegal under United States law to import goods made with forced labor. But we are compelled to move this legislation by the genocide and crimes against humanity being committed by the Chinese government against Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities, of which forced labor is a key factor. We must pass this legislation to give Americans the peace of mind that the clothes they wear, the food they eat, and the technology that they use are not tainted by forced labor perpetrated by the Chinese government. This bill combines my legislation, which passed the House by a vote of 428 to 1 last week, and Senator Rubio's bill, which passed by voice vote, into a version that both chambers can support. This is a strong, bipartisan, bicameral consensus bill. This bill shortens the time the forced labor import ban goes into effect to 180 days from the Senate's 300 days. It requires a strong, clear, and convincing evidence standard for exceptions to the rebuttable presumption. It empowers the Forced Labor Enforcement Task Force to devise and oversee the strategy to prohibit the import of forced labor goods from Xinjiang. In short, this is a good bill. It is a tougher bill than what passed the Senate, and I want to thank my House colleagues for their support. I want to thank Chairman Meeks again. I want to thank Ranking Member McCall, Chairman Neal, and Chairwoman Waters for their work. I want to thank Congressman Chris Smith in New Jersey for all of his support. On the Senate side, I want to thank Senators Rubio and Merkley for their leadership. And again, I want to thank Speaker Pelosi for her strong and steadfast commitment to getting this done. So let's stand up for human rights. Let's stand against genocide and against crimes against humanity. And let's get the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act to the President's desk as soon as possible. I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, a member of this body who for many, many years has been a champion of human rights, and frankly, no one has done more to advance the cause of human rights than my colleague from New Jersey. I'm pleased to yield 4 minutes. 4 minutes to the gentleman.
Very much. Thank you,
Gentleman
my good
from
friend,
New Jersey is recognized
for yielding and for
4
his
minutes.
leadership. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for their concerted efforts to get this legislation and like-minded legislation moving forward. And of course, Jim McGovern, he and I, he's the prime sponsor. I'm the prime Republican co-sponsor. I want to thank him for his leadership on this as well. It's so very, very important. Mr. Speaker, Miracle Turson said she pleaded with God to end her life as her Christian jailers increased the electrical currents coursing through her body. Miracle, a Muslim Uyghur, whose escape from Xi Jinping's genocide led her to the United States, actually broke down weeping at a November 28, 2018 congressional hearing co-chaired by Senator Marco Rubio and I as co-chairs of the China Commission, as she recounted her experience in one of China's infamous concentration camps. She testified, and I quote her in part, there were around 60 people kept in a 430-square-foot cell, so that at nights 10 to 15 women would stand up while the rest of us would sleep on our sides. She said, there were people there who had not taken a shower in over a year. I clearly remember the torture, she said, in the tiger chair the second time I was incarcerated. I was taken to a special room with an electric chair. It was the interrogation room, and it had one light and one chair. There were belts and whips hanging on the wall. I was placed in a high chair that clicked to lock my arms and legs in place and tightened when they pressed the button. She goes on, my head was shaved beforehand for the maximum impact. The authorities put a helmet-like thing on my head. Each time I was electrocuted, she went on, my whole body would shake violently, and I could feel the pain in my veins. I thought I would rather die than go through this torture and beg them to kill me. They insulted me with humiliating words and pressured me to admit my guilt. The nights were the busiest time in the camp, she went on. A lot of activities such as transferring people between cells and removing dead bodies would happen all night long. In the silence of the night, we could hear the men from the other cells groaning in agony. We could hear the beatings, the men screaming. While burying my 4-month-old baby, she had had triplets, I was tormented and filled with the guilt of not being able to save my son. She admonished us, pleaded with us, please take action against the Chinese officials responsible for my torture and the death of my little boy and the death of so many innocent Uyghurs in the camps. Mr. Speaker, there are millions and millions of stories just like this waiting to be told, truly nightmarish accounts of President Xi Jinping's genocide. In response, I, joined by my good friend and colleague Tom Swazi, introduced the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act of 2018. But this bill, H.R. 1155, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which again I've co-sponsored with Mr. McGovern, is important and necessary to end or at least mitigate our complicity in Xi Jinping's genocide. Let's not forget, the documents obtained by the New York Times make clear that this is Xi Jinping's genocide. He ordered it. And early next year, he'll be hosting the Winter Olympics. The leaked documents show Xi saying things like show absolutely no mercy in dealing with the Uyghurs and other predominantly Muslim minorities. In one speech, he said, the weapons of the People's Democratic Dictatorship must be wielded without any hesitation or wavering. Mr. Speaker, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act prohibits imports from Xinjiang to the U.S. by creating a rebuttable presumption. And that is the core of this bill, a presumption that all goods produced in the region are made with forced labor unless U.S. Customs and Border Protection certifies by clear and convincing evidence that goods were not produced with forced labor. It's a good bill, deserves the support of every member of this body, and I yield back to my friend Andy.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
It's my honor to yield 3 minutes to the representative from the great state of Rhode Island and a great member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Representative David Cicilline.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for yielding and thank him for his extraordinary bipartisan leadership on this issue and on so many of the issues that come before our committee. I want to begin by acknowledging the leadership of the Speaker, who has been an advocate and a strong voice for human rights around the world, but particularly in China for many, many years. And I rise, Mr. Speaker, in strong support of this bicameral version of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act to ensure that the United States does all we can to condemn the appalling human rights record of the Chinese government against Uyghur Muslims. With the ongoing genocide against the Uyghur population in Xinjiang, and with the crackdown on democracy and the rule of law in Hong Kong, the world has seen what a glimpse of Chinese leadership in the international system would mean. A rejection of human rights, a commitment to authoritarianism, a silenced press, and the abandonment of the rule of law. In Xinjiang, over 1 million members of the Uyghur population have been forced to live in squalor, forced to abandon their beliefs, forced to abandon their children, and forced to work. Many have been tortured, many have died, all have suffered. Policies undertaken in Xinjiang continue to stir the conscience and represent this country's most agonizing human rights catastrophes ever. The Chinese government has unleashed a series of draconian measures that should give anyone in the civilized world a pause. They have mandated abortions, they've forcibly sterilized men and women, they have forcibly taken over 500,000 children from their families, and they've sent them to so-called re-education centers. They monitor the movements and the online activities of millions, ensuring Uyghurs and other minorities are robbed of their privacy, and they force Uyghurs and other minorities into factories for no pay and with no recourse. We must recognize that the Chinese government built its policy over time. What has happened to the Uyghur population is not born out of a spontaneous brutality. It's been a well-planned endeavor designed to extinguish a population that China finds undesirable. This is a systemic policy that denies the Uyghurs their humanity, their dignity, and seeks to ultimately deny them of their existence. We must do all we can to ensure that the clarion call of never again reverberates around the globe. This bill would ensure that goods made in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region imported into the United States are not made with forced labor. I want to thank Chairman McGovern for his extraordinary leadership and urge all my colleagues to support the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. And again, thank the chairman for his courtesy. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
I'm ready to close if the chairman is.
I'm reserved, ready to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in recent years, the world has stood by as the Chinese Communist Party has detained more than 1 million ethnic minorities in concentration camps where they are tortured, brainwashed, and put into forced labor. This is all part of a deliberate program by the CCP to wipe out their ethnic identity, their religion, their culture, anything that might compete with the Communist Party for their loyalties and affection. We have a moral duty to speak out against these horrifying crimes. But we have an even greater duty to avoid funding this genocide by paying for slave labor in Xinjiang. Many American companies have built their businesses on values that include respect for basic human rights. The United States must continue to lead the world in setting corporate responsibility standards. There can no longer be business as usual with China. The world is watching. While this bill did not go through regular order in the Foreign Affairs Committee, I commend Chairman McGovern and Senator Marco Rubio for coming to this important bipartisan agreement. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your leadership, and it's good to have a bipartisan bill where we stand united in one voice for human rights and to hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable. I support this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, H.R. 6256, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, is an opportunity for this body to send a resounding message to the world that we are engaged in a strategic competition with China around the world, and our stance on this issue, I believe, will define why our system is better. We aggressively oppose forced labor and Islamophobia, and we will back up our values with our actions. And in this major piece of legislation, we're doing it together. Democrats and Republicans, working with my ranking member McCall and others, because it's the right thing to do. It's the right message to send. So let us do it. Let us get it out. Let us stand tall. Let us be true to our values. Let not China get away with Islamophobia. And let's make sure we wipe out Islamophobia, racism, and anti-Semitism from all corners of this place that we call the planet Earth. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6256 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Oh, as introduced, apologize. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay. Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 852 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 59, House Resolution 852. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 33, joint resolution relating to increasing the debt limit. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to commit.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman, my distinguished colleague from the Rules Committee from Texas, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only, and I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks. Without objection. Mr. Speaker, today the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 852, providing for consideration of S.J. Res. 33, a joint resolution relating to increasing the debt limit under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their designees, and provides one motion to commit. Am I supposed to offer? Is there supposed to be procedural?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to adopt the rule and support lifting the nation's debt ceiling. Failing to lift the debt ceiling and defaulting on our debt is not an option. If we do not act, a default could result in the loss of millions of jobs and $15 trillion in household wealth, according to nonpartisan Moody's Analytics economist Mark Zandi. Mr. Zandi has characterized a default as financial Armageddon, and J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon has gone even further, stating that a default could cause an immediate, literally cascading catastrophe of unbelievable proportions and damage America for 100 years. Earlier this year, a bipartisan group of former Treasury secretaries wrote to Congress arguing that protecting U.S. credit worthiness is a sacrosanct responsibility. I couldn't agree more. Let's be clear about what we are talking about here today. The debt limit is the total amount of money that the United States government is authorized to borrow to meet its existing legal obligations, including Social Security and Medicare benefits, payments to veterans and service members, and tax refunds. The debt limit does not authorize any new spending. Let me repeat that. The debt limit does not authorize any new spending. It simply allows the government to pay its bills for obligations that it has already incurred. Mr. Speaker, much of this debt was accrued on a bipartisan basis. It includes emergency measures to combat the pandemic and increase defense spending. While many on the other side of the aisle have tried to tie raising the debt ceiling to our efforts to pass the president's agenda, it should be noted that 97% of the total national debt accrued before President Biden even took office. Since 1960, Congress has acted 78 times to address the debt limit, 49 times under Republican presidents and 29 times under Democratic presidents. In the last 10 years, the debt limit has been addressed 7 times on a bipartisan basis, including 3 times during the last administration, during which, I'd like to remind my Republican colleagues, $7.8 trillion of the total national debt was incurred. Arguments about raising the debt ceiling have become nonsensical. In the current discourse, both sides of the aisle have agreed to spend federal dollars on important programs, but only one side of the aisle believes that we should actually fulfill our obligations to pay our creditors for those very same programs. Mr. Speaker, if we choose not to honor our obligations to creditors, what message does that send to the American people and, frankly, the rest of the world? Everyday Americans pay their bills and honor their commitments. Why shouldn't we do the same? Mr. Speaker, it is frankly outrageous to hold the position that we shouldn't be held to the same standard as families who work hard to find a way to pay their bills every day. I urge my colleagues to support the rule and the underlying legislation to raise our nation's debt ceiling, ensuring that America can continue to pay its bills and honor its obligations. And, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the representative for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
So this rule provides for consideration of S.J. Res. 33, a bill to raise the debt ceiling by $2.5 trillion. The federal debt limit began over 100 years ago in 1917, and it has been required to be raised 100 times since then. The problem isn't whether we should increase our debt limit. It is that we have to issue debt at all. Debts are issued to cover the difference between what you make and what you spend. When you spend more than you make, you got to find a way to pay for the spending. So we are in the middle of a spending spree for the last 11 months. Well over $1 trillion in taxpayer money spent largely on partisan priorities, and more likely coming if the Democrats manage to get a final agreement on the Build Back Better Act, or perhaps what more aptly might be described as a socialist spending scam. On 10 December, the Congressional Budget Office published an estimate of the Build Back Better Act, confirming that the bill's true cost to be almost $5 trillion, $4.9 trillion, while adding $3 trillion in new debt. Democrats claim the bill is paid for, but that is simply not true, and now it is confirmed by independent analysis. Instead of $0, the bill will create a carve-out for deducting state and local taxes that will add almost $250 billion to the deficit. It will protect so-called green companies from a new minimum tax and provide $12,500 tax credits for purchasing an electric vehicle so long as that vehicle is made using union labor. The bill will also provide billions in benefits to the wealthy through the expanded child tax credit that will add over $1.5 trillion to the deficit if this policy is made permanent. And that's, of course, what's being pushed for in the Build Back Better Act. Additionally, the $1 trillion infrastructure bill that the Democrats just ushered into law requires a $118 billion transfer from Treasury to the Highway Trust Fund, which Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has stated will occur tomorrow, December 15th. Republicans will not support raising the debt limit while Democrats push through trillions of dollars for purely partisan political spending, and thereby depleting our Treasury not just for today, but for generations to come. Unfortunately, all this spending will only exacerbate the very high rate of inflation which is crippling so many Americans and causing so much suffering in the last 11 months. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics in November, the Consumer Price Index rose by 0.8%, but 6.8% over the last 12 months. The most significant increase was in the energy sector, and while prices go up for gas, food, shelter, and vehicles, amongst other things. And then here's the real bad news. We've only seen the tip of the iceberg when it comes to inflation. Likely the inflation rates by March are going to be absolutely astonishing. And that's what happens when you push so many dollars out into an economy that has no way to absorb them. Sure, 2 years ago, we all voted for the CARES Act, $1 trillion to rescue the country from the coronavirus. And then there was additional coronavirus relief passed in December. And then almost immediately another coronavirus bill in February, and then the transportation bill in September, and now the Build Back Better Act. And the economy simply cannot absorb those dollars that the federal government is pushing out. They've got no place to go except to create more and more inflation. And who does inflation hurt? It hurts those people at the lower end of the income scale. Despite repeated encouragement from the Committee on the Budget, Ranking Member Jason Smith and Senator McConnell, Democrats have refused to raise the debt ceiling through reconciliation, which of course is their right to do. They have majorities in both the House and the Senate. They've had ample time to do this, but they simply would not act. So instead, a temporary extension that would only last a couple of months happened earlier this year, and now once again, in the middle of the night, we are having to vote on a bill to increase the national debt in order to pay for Democrats' social spending and infrastructure policies. Democrats claim that raising the debt limit has always been bipartisan, but just a little bit of history. In 1993, the Democrats used reconciliation to raise the debt limit with a party line vote in the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Bill. In 2010, the Democrats again raised the debt limit by $1.9 trillion with a purely party line vote. Republicans voted in opposition out of concern that the then Obama administration and the amount of spending that was occurring. A New York Times article reporting on the vote said, quote, they wanted to raise the debt ceiling enough to avoid putting their members through another such vote prior to the midterm elections, close quote. Do you kind of get the sense that history is repeating itself tonight? Financial success and financial longevity begins years before it's realized. We certainly cannot be reckless and feckless with the nation's future now. Under no argument is this plan fiscally responsible. Under no fantasy is the Build Back Better Act paid for. We have to remember, to be beneficial to the American people, we have to be demonstrative of representative government. We should not be raising the debt limit to allow for continuation of partisan social spending. So with that, I do urge opposition to the rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those who know me know I'm not a very sophisticated guy, and they'll also know that I'm not a financial wizard. But I will tell you this. I would love to have a philosophical debate, maybe sit down and have a cup of coffee with the distinguished gentleman from Texas, and we might even find some common ground about what our practices ought to be relative to spending and taxing and all those things. But to be clear, none of what Dr. Burgess just talked about has anything to do with what we're doing here today. 97% of the debt that we have incurred as a nation happened before Joe Biden took office. And as for Build Back Better, which many on our side of the aisle are working to try to enact, that's something that is prospective. We're talking tonight about paying the bills of things that we've already agreed to pay for. So it has absolutely nothing to do with it. I appreciate the distinguished gentleman because he's trying to bring into this debate many things which have no relevance here, apparently to make a better case. But the truth is, we have a decision before us. It's a serious one. It not only affects the creditworthiness of the United States, but affects global markets. This would be, as I indicated earlier, catastrophic. This is Armageddon if it doesn't happen. And just to note, in 2016, prior to the election of the previous administration, the national debt was $19.5 trillion, or 105% of GDP. In 2020, when the administration's time had run its course, the debt had risen to $27.7 trillion, or 129% of GDP, a $7.8 trillion increase. Included in that was a $1.9 trillion tax cut, which hasn't paid for itself, which has added dramatically to the debt. But the debt has been accumulated during decades of real needs by American public. So we could have a conversation, and frankly, the discussion about spending takes place in the Appropriations Committee, takes place in the Budget Committee, taxation takes place in the Ways and Means Committee. What we're doing now is making a decision to pay our bills. Fundamentally, bottom line, doesn't require a whole lot of sophistication or talk about financial markets. It's clearly a simple question. Are we going to pay for the things that we have agreed to buy? And that's it. It's as simple as you could be. Every household in America makes those decisions. You get something, you get a bill in the mail, you pay for it. Even if you have buyer's remorse, even if your wife says to you that fine exercise thing that you bought, which is going to be the most expensive coat hanger in the house because you're not going to use it, we still pay for it because it's in the house and we bought it. That's as simple as it could possibly be. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself so much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, Republicans will amend the rule to immediately consider an amendment to the Democrats' fiscal year 2022 budget resolution to replace the socialist $5 trillion tax and spend reconciliation instructions with new instructions for authorizing committees to produce legislation to reduce the deficit, to combat runaway inflation, currently fueling the highest price spike in 40 years, and to get Americans back to work. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of this amendment into the record, along with extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question, and I would now like to yield 4 minutes.
Without objection.
I'd like now to yield 4 minutes to the ranking member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Smith of Missouri, to explain the amendment.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we defeat the previous question, we will consider an amendment to the rule to replace the socialist $5 trillion tax and spend reconciliation instructions from the fiscal year 22 budget with a new call for committees to draft legislation to reduce the deficit, to combat runaway inflation, and help get Americans back to work. This country has been through a lot in the past year under one-party rule by the Washington Democrats and President Biden. We have an inflation crisis, we have an energy crisis, we have a border crisis, and we have a supply chain crisis. And contributing to it all is a leadership crisis at the Oval Office. With all of these problems, you'd think Democrats would finish the year addressing just one of those issues. But instead, Mr. Speaker, we are here on the last day of session for the year, and Democrats have chosen to spend this valuable time attacking former President Trump and his staff, attacking members of the Republican conference. And they've even found room to include a $2.5 trillion increase to the debt ceiling. In fact, since Speaker Pelosi took the gavel in the House in 2019, House Democrats have added more than $9 trillion. House Democrats since 2019 have added more than $9 trillion to the national debt, which is more than the combined deficits under all 72 years that Republicans have ever been in the majority. The American people, Mr. Speaker, they deserve a Congress that is focused on the problems that they are facing in their everyday lives. A Congress that is delivering on policies to stop the runaway rise in prices, a problem that has now reached a 40-year high. Even President Biden's budget in May predicted inflation at 2%. 2%, Mr. Speaker. We are now at over 7%, the highest inflation in 40 years. Folks in the White House administration says that inflation is a high-class problem, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you, the people across America believes it's a real problem. They care about the prices in the grocery store. They don't care about the prices in the stock market. But you know what? House Democrats argue and say inflation is transitory. Yet now they're finally agreeing that these rising costs and prices are actually having a real impact. We could be working on legislation to actually help American families by reducing the cost of energy during the winter. To do that, we need to get rid of the reconciliation instructions in the Democrats' budget, the same reconciliation plan that has paralyzed Washington for months as Democrats fought over how to spend $5 trillion. $5 trillion. Even the Congressional Budget Office on Friday confirmed that what passed out of this chamber a few weeks ago does not cost zero. It cost $5 trillion.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 2 minutes.
The official congressional scorekeepers said on Friday that the Build Back Broke bill that passed out of here a couple weeks ago did not cost $1.5 trillion, did not cost $2 trillion, but cost $5 trillion. But this administration will say it costs zero. The American people sees right through it. They see right through this mess. And they know one thing. They know that this is nothing but hogwash. It is hogwash, Mr. Speaker. And we should instead replace all of these reconciliation instructions to bring forward a plan to reduce the deficit and stop the inflation that is destroying family budgets. Mr. Speaker, I ask all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to defeat the previous question so that we can actually work on legislation to help American families at the supermarket, to help combat a price spike that is pushing working families to the brink, and to actually provide some real solutions this week on behalf of the American people whom we represent in this body. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate Mr. Smith's enthusiasm and exuberance. The arguments that folks would make that House Democrats are responsible for the spending of the Trump administration and the Trump White House, that argument is frankly absurd and happened during a global pandemic. So we had much work to do to spare the American public. But I'm going to do this. Moved by the spirit of the season, I'm going to bestow a gift on members, and I'm going to not rebut point by point, but rather reserve and allow my colleague to speak.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Texas and yield to him 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, if our friends across the aisle are concerned about paying our bills and they're alarmed by the debt, then I think we should all get together, all 435 members, and talk about fiscal responsibility and pass a balanced budget amendment. That is the way forward and to avert this financial catastrophe that we're flirting with. Let's be very candid, Mr. Speaker, about what we're doing here. Let's be candid with the American people about what we're doing here in this chamber tonight. This is about a debt ceiling limit increase to ram through more wasteful and reckless spending. We were renovating our house in Texas, and I found an old political mailer, 9-year-old mailer, and I was outraged about the fact that we had a $14 trillion debt. Today, that's $29 trillion. It's not about placing blame on Republicans or Democrats. It's about recognizing we have an issue that's going to destroy this country if we don't address it. And we continue to kick the can down the road and land that can on the backs of future generations, like my 15-year-old son and my 12-year-old son. There are failed states in this world. Here is a $100 trillion bill from the nation of Zimbabwe. It's worth maybe 40 cents. It's essentially worthless. That could be what we end up with if we don't recognize the fact that at the local level, cities can't spend more than they take in, counties can't, even states can't. So why does the federal government get to? Because we own a printing press down the street? Let's be responsible. Let's work together. This chamber, 20-plus years ago, passed a balanced budget amendment, if I'm not mistaken, and it failed in the Senate. It's time to do the right thing, the courageous thing, the American thing, and pass a balanced budget amendment. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Well, I would just note, I wonder when the gentleman finished his home's renovations, whether he paid the contractor or refused to pay because he might be tempted to do renovations in the future. With that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman.
I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Is the gentleman prepared to close?
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'll yield myself the balance of our time.
Gentleman's recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, just before I close, I do want to take a moment and acknowledge that it was 1 year ago last night that the FedEx trucks departed from Kalamazoo, Michigan, carrying the very first doses of what we now know as the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine. And when you stop and reflect upon what was accomplished between the middle of May and the middle of December of 2020, it truly was a startling scientific accomplishment. Not one, not two, but 3 vaccines. We told ourselves at the beginning of the Operation Warp Speed process that if we got 40 to 45% effectiveness, it would be a victory, and those vaccines delivered in excess of 90%. People might quibble and say, well, you got to get a booster, you got to get an additional shot. We are so fortunate to have those tools to be able to combat this illness. We're by no means through, but then even just last week, the additional news that now an oral medication, the so-called Tamiflu for coronavirus, is now available, which I submit is going to change with the application of additional therapeutics, is really going to change the equation. And I just wanted to take a minute and reflect on that. We are, again, just 1 day past the 1-year anniversary of Kalamazoo, Michigan, delivering that vaccine to the world. Otherwise, in closing to this argument, raising the debt ceiling to $2.5 trillion does seem a tad irresponsible in the middle of unprecedented spending by House Democrats. You know, you've got control of the White House, you've got control of the Senate, you've got control of the House, and you haven't passed a single appropriations bill. I mean, how are we supposed to run our business if we will not do our normal work and pass a budget and pass the 12 appropriations bills? The federal government is currently operating under the second continuing resolution of this fiscal year. 1/3 of federal spending is done through discretionary appropriations. You stop and think about it, that's really not much. That means 2/3 comes through on autopilot, but the amount that we actually tell ourselves that we're going to control, the 1/3 of the federal budget, we haven't done our work. Now we're talking about raising the debt limit to pay for trillions of dollars in spending, and the Democrats won't even fund the basic functions of government through regular appropriations. And that actually comes at a cost. It is very difficult to get a phone call answered by a federal agency, by the head of a federal agency, by a cabinet secretary, because we no longer make the appropriations. These folks are relatively new on the job within the last year. They have no history of knowing that they've got to come to Congress to get their appropriations bills passed, and so as a consequence, they basically ignore the Congress. Democrats are desperate to push through as much social spending as they can because the balance of power, quite likely, is getting ready to change. Why else would they be so reckless in such a short amount of time with the Americans' hard-earned taxpayer dollars? We cannot push inflation higher by raising the debt limit to allow for trillions in additional partisan spending. And here is the real problem that is going to lead to that balance of power shift. It is inflation that is at levels that have not been seen since the Carter administration. And again, my prediction is over the next 6 months, this is going to become a great deal worse. It will be unsustainable for most American families who live paycheck to paycheck. And then on top of that, it is a spending level that is driving that inflation level, and we're doing nothing to put the brakes on that. So again, I'm going to urge a no vote on the previous question so we can get to the talk for fiscal sanity, no on the underlying measure, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me echo Dr. Burgess's comments about the vaccine, and I want to encourage every American to get that vaccine. We still have far too many people who have chosen not to get the vaccine, and the third dose for those who have taken or who have available under the messenger RNA to do a third shot, but we encourage every single American to do it, and I want to make sure we repeat that, and I join with my colleague in thanking those who made that possible. I also, Mr. Speaker, want to thank all of my colleagues for their work in support of the rule before us today. As I mentioned earlier, protecting U.S. creditworthiness is a sacred responsibility, and it would be an abdication of that sacred responsibility to fail to address the debt limit and ensure that the United States government pays its bills. We've heard a lot of rhetoric today, but we all know that the measure before us today is not about new spending. No matter how many times it's said, it's not about new spending. We are acting today to ensure that America can pay its obligations that we've already agreed to incur. Pretending otherwise is a disservice to the American people. Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on the rule in the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Texas.
The voice vote, I'd like to request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Torres of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Torres will vote yes on the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Underwood of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Underwood will vote yes on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Muser will vote nay on the previous question. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote nay on the previous question. As the representative designated by Representative Reschenthaler from Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote nay on the previous question. As the member designated by Representative Stefanik of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote nay on the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart of the state of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote nay on the previous question. As the member designated by Representative McCall of the state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote nay on the previous question. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote nay on the previous question. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Graves of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Graves will vote nay on the previous question. And finally, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia,
I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, Dr. Lowenthal of California, Mr. DeSanya of California, Ms. Barragan of California, Ms. Johnson of Texas, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, and Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that those 8 members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote yes on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Butterfield will vote yes on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Peters of California, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Kilmer of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Kilmer will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Guthrie will vote no on the previous question.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Nunes of California, I inform the House that Mr. Nunes will vote no on the previous question. And as a member designated by Mr. Calvert of California, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote no on the PQ.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Member Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform Speaker that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado and Ms. Beatty of Ohio, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette and Ms. Beatty will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote no on the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote no on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lamborn from Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar from Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Distinguished Speaker, sir, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of the 2nd Congressional District of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote yes on the previous question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're doing a great job.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote no.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Curtis, Mr. Owens, Mr. Moore from Utah, and Mr. Simpson from Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis, Mr. Moore, Mr. Owens, and Mr. Simpson will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on the previous question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cole of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Cole will vote nay on the previous question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Hearn will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Hayes of Connecticut, I inform the House that Representative Hayes will vote yes on the previous question. As the member designated by Representative Newman of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Newman will vote yes on the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Axney of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members, I inform the House that the following members will vote yes on the previous question. Adriano Espaillat, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Juan Vargas, Kurt Schrader, Sarah Jacobs, and Ed Case.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amodei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote no on HRes 852.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Strickland from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the previous question.
Gentleman from Illinois seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker,
As the member designated by the following members, I inform the House that the following members will vote yes on the previous question. And those are Mr. Payne of New Jersey, Mr. Series of New Jersey, Mr. Nadler of New York, Mr. Tonko of New York, Mr. Pasquarello of New Jersey, Ms. Kirkpatrick of Arizona, and Ms. Watson-Coleman of New Jersey.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter, Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Ruppersberger, and Mr. Berra, I inform the House that Ms. Porter, Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Ruppersberger, and Mr. Berra will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Herrera Butler of Washington and Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the previous question.
This is the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yea on the motion to move the previous question on HRES 852.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote nay on the previous question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the following list of members, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question. Suzanne Bonamici, Julia Brownlee, Catherine Clark, Lois Frankel, Grace Mang, Shelley Pingree, Melanie Stansberry.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomer of Texas, I inform the House he will vote no on the previous question, and as a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, I inform the House he will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Lawson informed the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H.R. 852, ordering the previous question. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated to inform the House that Mr. Boyle will vote yes on ordering the previous question, H. Resolution 852. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Doyle informed the House that will vote yes on voting the previous question, 852.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller from the state of West Virginia, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Miller will vote no on the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Jackson from the state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jackson will also vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Henry Cuellar of Texas. I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Del Bene of Washington State, I inform the House that Representative Del Bene will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Maloney of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yea on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on the previous question. And as a member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Armstrong, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Mondaire Jones, I inform the House that Mr. Jones will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, who just welcomed his baby girl Jane in this evening into the world, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the previous question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Christ, I inform the House that Mr. Christ will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a representative designated by Representative McMorris Rogers of Washington, Representative Carl of Alabama, and Representative Lesko of Arizona, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers, Representative Carl, and Representative Lesko of Arizona will all vote no on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gottheimer, I inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kim of California, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by John Garamendi of California, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Sessions of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Sessions will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I come as the member designated by Ms. Fletcher of Texas to inform the House that Ms. Fletcher will vote aye on the previous question. I rise as the representative of Lloyd Doggett to inform the House that Mr. Doggett will vote on the previous question. And I am the member designated by Ms. Jayapal, and I rise to inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Swalwell, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote aye on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva and Mr. O'Halloran, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva and Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Zeldin of New York, I inform the House Mr. Zeldin will vote nay on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer will vote no on the previous question. As a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velázquez, I inform the House that Ms. Velázquez will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As a member designated by Mr. Troy Nels, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Nels will be voting nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
The gentleman from California rises as a member designated by Representative Linda Sanchez. Pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Sanchez will vote yea on the move of the previous question, H-Res 852.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kay Granger from the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will be a nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote aye on the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Price will vote aye on the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Khanna of California, I inform the House Mr. Khanna will vote aye on the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House Ms. Roybal Allard will vote aye on the previous question.
I understand we're going to meet with Adam tomorrow. Is that true?
I saw a
1 o'clock.
minimalist thing. Ms. Connolly Smith, Maryland.
Who is it? For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on the previous question. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mast of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast will vote nay on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Posey of the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Mr. Posey will vote nay on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote nay on the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by the following members, I inform the House that the following members will all vote yes on the previous question. DeFazio, Oregon; Trone, Maryland; McEachin, Virginia; Wilson, Florida; Krishnamurthy, Illinois.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Leger Fernandez, I inform the House that Representative Leger Fernandez will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 212. Previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Texas. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. There's my vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote nay on the rule. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by the following members, I inform the House that the following members will vote yes on H-Res 852, and those are Mr. Payne of New Jersey, Mr. Series of New Jersey, Mr. Nadler of New York, Mr. Tonko of New York, Mr. Pasquarello of New Jersey, Ms. Kirkpatrick of Arizona, and Ms. Watson-Coleman of New Jersey.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Curtis, Mr. Moore, Mr. Owens from Utah, and Mr. Simpson from Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis, Mr. Moore, Mr. Owens, and Mr. Simpson will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Leger Fernandez, I inform the House that Leger Fernandez will vote aye on H.R. 852.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Herrera Butler of Washington State and Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that those members will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, Ms. Johnson of Texas, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, Ms. Barragan of California, Dr. Lowenthal of California, Mr. DeSania of California, and Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon. I inform the House that those 8 members will vote yes on H.R.S. 852.
What purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma and Mr. Cole of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Hearn and Mr. Cole will vote no on the rule. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.Res. 852.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei, pursuant to House Resolution A, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote no on agreeing to the resolution H52.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mondaire Jones, I inform the House that Mr. Jones will vote yes on H.Res. 852.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a representative designated by Representative McMorris Rogers of Washington, Representative Carl of Alabama, and Representative Lesko of Arizona, I inform the House that Ms. McMorris Rogers, Mr. Carl, and Ms. Lesko will all vote no on the roll.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following individuals, I inform the House that the following individuals vote yes on H.Res. 852. Adriano Espaillat, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Juan Vargas, Kurt Schrader, Sarah Jacobs, and Ed Case.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Nebraska rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Doug Lamborn, Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote no on the rule.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote aye on HRES 852. And as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Price will vote aye on HRES 852. And as the member designated by Mr. Khanna of California, I inform the House Mr. Khanna will vote aye on HRES 852. And as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House Ms. Roybal Allard will also vote aye on HRES 852.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Muser will vote nay on the rule. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote no on the rule. As a member designated by Representative Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote no on the rule. As a member designated by Representative Stefanik of New York, I inform the House that Representative Stefanik will vote no on the rule. As a member designated by Representative Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote no on the rule. And as a member designated by Mr. McCall of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote no on the rule.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on House Res 852. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote nay on the rule. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote nay on the rule. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on the rule. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Graves of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Graves will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on HRES 852.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller from the state of West Virginia, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Miller will vote no on Resolution 852. And as the member designated by Mr. Jackson from the state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jackson will also vote no on House Resolution 852.
What purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania, rise?
Madam Speaker, I got the following list. Mr. Lawson informs the House that will vote yes on HR Resolution 852. Mr. Boyle will vote yes on Resolution 852. Mr. Doyle will vote yes on the final on that motion.
For what purposes, gentleman from Ohio, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kim of California, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote no on the rule.
What purposes, gentleman from Wisconsin, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on House Resolution 852.
What purposes, the gentleman from California, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Calvert of California, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote no on the rule, and as the member designated by Mr. Nunes of California, Mr. Nunes will vote no on the rule.
For what purposes, gentleman from Texas, rise?
Madam Speaker, and still I rise, as the member designated by Mr. Cuellar of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on HRES 852.
For what purposes the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Goldman of Texas, I inform the House he will vote no on the rule. As a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, I inform the House he will vote no on the rule.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on H.Res. 852.
What purposes the gentleman rise from Texas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a member designated by Mr. Sessions of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Sessions will vote no on S.J. Res. 33 on the rule.
Purposes the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swalwell, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote aye on H.Res. 852. As a member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on H.Res. 852.
For what purposes the gentleman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote no on H.R. 852.
For what purposes the gentleman from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Underwood of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Underwood will vote yes on H.Res. 852.
Does the gentlewoman from Michigan rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on H.R. 852.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on H.Res. 852.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will vote no on the rule.
What purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on H.Res. 852. And as a member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on H.Res. 852.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on the rule.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana
As the member
rise?
designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on the question.
For what purposes the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kay Granger of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will be a nay on the rule. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentlelady from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado and Ms. Beatty of Ohio, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette and Ms. Beatty will vote yes on H.Res. 852.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Dakota rise?
Madam Speaker, thank you. As the member designated by Mr. Armstrong, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota will vote no.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the following members, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 852. Suzanne Bonamici, Julia Brownlee, Catherine Clark, Lois Frankel, Grace Meng, Shelley Pengry, and Melanie Stansberry.
What purposes does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on the rule. As the member designated by Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Guthrie will vote no on the rule.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Garamendi of California, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on H.Res. 852.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, thank you. As a member designated by Mr. Troy Nels, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Nels will be voting nay on the rule. Thank you.
Thank you. What purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Barra, Mr. Rupersberger, and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Mr. Barra, Mr. Ruiz, Ms. Porter, and Mr. Rupersberger will vote yes on House Resolution 852.
For what purposes, gentleman from Indiana, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski will vote no on the rule, and as the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote no on the rule.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Washington rise?
As a member designated by Representative Del Bene of Washington State, I inform the House that Representative Del Bene will vote yes on HRES 852.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Ohio, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote no on the rule.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, rise?
As the member designated by Representative Hayes, Representative Newman, and Representative Axney, I inform the House that Representative Hayes, Representative Newman, and Representative Axney will vote yes on HRES 852.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on the rule. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the rule.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peters of California, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on HRES 852. As the member designated by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Butterfield will vote yes on HRES 852. As the member designated by Mr. Kilmer of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Kilmer will vote yes on HRES 852. And as the member designated by Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote yes on HRES 852.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Hartzler of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote nay on the rule.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Chair, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva and Mr. O'Halloran, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva and Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on HRES 852.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on the rule. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mast of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast will vote nay on the rule.
What purposes, gentleman from California, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Linda Sanchez, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Linda Sanchez will vote yea on House Resolution 852.
What purposes, gentlewoman from Florida, rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Jimenez, Mr. Salazar, or Mr. Posey, and Ms. Salazar, I inform the House that they will all respectively vote nay on the rule.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from New Jersey, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gottheimer, I inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote yes on HRES 852.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer will vote no on the rule. As a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote no on the rule.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Louisiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yea on HRES 852.
For what purposes, gentleman from South Carolina, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Zeldin of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Zeldin will vote nay on the rule.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Maloney of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yea on HRES 852.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar from Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on the rule.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Washington rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Strickland of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on HRES 852.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, the following members vote yes on HRES 852. DeFazio, Oregon. Trone, Maryland. McEachin, Virginia. Wilson, Florida. Christenberthy, Illinois.
Purposes, the gentleman from Arizona rise.
As a member designated by Representative Jeff Fernandez, I inform the House that Representative Jeff Fernandez will vote aye on H.R. 852.
For what purposes, does the gentleman from Florida rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Chris, I inform the House that Mr. Chris will vote yay on HRES 852.
Is he coming or going? For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Fletcher of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Ms. Fletcher will vote aye on H.R. 852. As the member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Doggett will vote aye on H.R. 852. And as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, I rise to inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on H.R. 852.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Presented by Mr. Torres of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Torres will vote yes on HRES 852. As the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on HRES 852. And as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on HRES 852.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of Colorado's 2nd Congressional District, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote yes on HRES 852.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nadia Velasquez, I inform the House that Ms. Velasquez will vote yes on HRES 852.
On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 212. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Madam Speaker, following this weekend's disastrous storms across western Kentucky and the region, as the Dean of the Kentucky delegation, I request unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute. I want to yield the balance of my time to my close friend from western Kentucky, Mr. Comer, whose district was the hardest hit and whose constituents, along with all those impacted, are in our prayers. Mr. Comer.
Thank you, gentlemen, and Madam Speaker. On behalf of all the citizens of West Kentucky, I want to thank everyone in America for the outpouring of support, the prayers, the financial support, the people who took off and traveled to West Kentucky to help remove debris and save people who were trapped under roofs and buildings that had collapsed. The devastation there is unlike anything I've ever seen, and in talking to the media that's all in Mayfield, Kentucky right now as we speak, it's the worst damage they've ever seen from a tornado. But the people in West Kentucky are resilient. They have so much pride in their communities. Neighbor has helped neighbor, and that will continue. But I ask, Madam Speaker, for a moment of silence on the House floor to remember the 74 citizens of Kentucky who perished in the terrible series of tornadoes that swept through our state this weekend.
The chair asks all members in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the victims of the recent outbreak of tornadoes in Kentucky and throughout the Midwest. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business of the vote on adoption of House Resolutions 851, on which the yeas and nays are ordered, the clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 851, resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Mark Meadows in contempt of Congress for the refusal to comply with a subpoena duly issued by the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from Washington rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Strickland from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.Res. 851.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar
from Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on House Resolution 851.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush from Illinois will vote yes on HRes 851.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on HRes 851. And as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on HRes 851.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Chair, the following members vote yes on HRes 851. DeFazio, Oregon; Trone, Maryland; McEachin, Virginia; Wilson, Florida; Krishnamurthy, Illinois.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Curtis, Mr. Moore, Mr. Owens from Utah, and Mr. Simpson from Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis, Mr. Moore, and Mr. Owens, Mr. Simpson will vote nay on HRes 851.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, the following members vote yes on House Resolution 851. Lawson, Boyle, Doyle.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma and Mr. Cole of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Hearn and Mr. Cole will vote no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Swalwell, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote aye on HRes 851. As a member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on HRes 851.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Muser will vote no on HRes 851. As the member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote no on HRes 851. As a member designated by Representative Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote no on HRes 851. As a member designated by Representative Stefanik of New York, I inform the House that Representative Stefanik will vote no on HRes 851. As the member designated by Representative Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote no on HRes 851. As a member designated by Representative McCall of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote no on HRes 851.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on House Res 851. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote no on House Res 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Butterfield will vote yes on HRes 851. As the member designated by Mr. Kilmer of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Kilmer will vote yes on HRes 851. As the member designated by Mr. Peters of California, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on HRes 851. As the member designated by Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote yes on HRes 851.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Minnesota rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mondaire Jones of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jones will vote yes on HRes 851.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Hood will vote no on HRes 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on HRES 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote no on H.R. 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Berra, Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Ruppersberger, and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Berra, Mr. Ruppersberger, and Ms. Porter vote yes on House Resolution 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Sessions of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Sessions will vote no on HRES 851.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Representatives Hayes, Axne, and Newman, I inform the House that Representatives Hayes, Axne, and Newman will vote yes on HRES 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomer of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote nay on HRES 851. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote nay on HRES 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Underwood of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Underwood will vote yes on HRES 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kim of California, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote no on HRES 851.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on House Resolution 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the representative designated by Representative McMorris Rogers of Washington, Representative Carl of Alabama, and Representative Lesko of Arizona, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers, Representative Carl, and Representative Lesko will vote no on passage of HRES 851. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Representative Leger Fernandez, I inform the House that Leger Fernandez will vote aye on H.R. 851. Actually, I apologize. She will vote yes, I apologize.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Nunes and Mr. Calvert of California, I inform the House that Mr. Nunes and Mr. Calvert will vote no on HRES 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, Mr. DeSagne of California, Ms. Barragan of California, Dr. Lowenthal of California, Ms. Johnson of Texas, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee, Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, and Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts. So I inform the House that those 8 members will all vote yes on HRES 851.
Does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana and Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Mr. Long will vote no on HRES 851.
What purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Garamendi of California, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on HRES 851.
What purposes does the gentleman from Nebraska rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Doug Lamborn, Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote no on HRES 851.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on HRES 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on H.R. 851.
Woman from Delaware rise?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gett of Colorado and Ms. Beatty of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gett and Ms. Beatty will vote yes on HRES 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will vote no on HRES 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from Washington State rise?
As a member designated by Representative Del Bene of Washington State, I inform the House that Representative Del Bene will vote yes on HRES 851.
For what purposes, gentleman from Texas, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kay Granger from the great state of Texas, I inform the House Ms. Granger will be a nay on H.Res. 851. Thank you, and I yield back.
What purposes, gentleman from Virginia, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote aye on H.Res. 851. And as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Price will vote aye on H.Res. 851. And as the member designated by Mr. Khanna of California, I inform the House Mr. Khanna will vote aye on H.Res. 851. And as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard, I inform the House Ms. Roybal Allard will also vote aye on H.Res. 851.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from Texas, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller from the state of West Virginia, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Miller will vote no on Resolution 851. And as the member designated by Mr. Jackson from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jackson will vote no to House Resolution 851.
What purposes, gentleman from Indiana, rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on H.Res. 851.
What purposes, gentleman from Tennessee, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote nay on H.Res. 851. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Graves of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Graves will vote nay on H.Res. 851. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote nay on H.Res. 851. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on H.Res. 851. Thank you.
What purposes, gentleman from Louisiana, rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yea on H.Res. 851.
What purposes, gentleman from South Dakota, rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong will vote nay on H.Res. 851.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Texas, rise?
Will I rise as the member designated by Mr. Henry Cuellar of Texas? I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on H.Res. 851.
For what purposes, gentleman from Texas, rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Troy Nels, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Nels will be voting nay on House Resolution 851. Thank you.
What purposes that gentleman from Massachusetts, rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on H.Res. 851. And as the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on H.Res. 851.
For what purposes, gentleman from Tennessee, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Ms. Hartzler of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote nay on Resolution 851.
What purposes, gentleman from Arizona, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. O'Halloran and Mr. Grijalva, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran and Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.Res. 851.
For what purposes, gentleman from South Carolina, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Zeldin, New York, I inform the House that Mr. Zeldin will vote nay on H.R. 851.
For what purposes, gentleman from Illinois, rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on H.Res. 851.
For what purposes, gentleman from South Carolina, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Reed of New York and Mrs. Herrera Butler of Washington State, I inform the House that those members will vote no on H.Res. 851.
What purposes, gentlelady from New Jersey, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gottheimer, inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote yes on H.Res. 851.
What purposes, gentlewoman from Michigan, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the adoption of H.Res. 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the following members, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 851. That is Mr. Payne of New Jersey, Mr. Series of New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman of New Jersey, Mr. Pasquale of New Jersey, Ms. Kirkpatrick of Arizona, Mr. Nadler of New York, and Mr. Tonko of New York.
What purposes does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on HRES 851. As the member designated by Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Guthrie will vote no on HRES 851.
Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Linda Sanchez, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Sanchez will vote yea on House Resolution 851.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer will vote no on HRES 851. As a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner of Missouri will vote no on HRES 851.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Maloney of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yea on HRES 851.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kako of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Kako will vote nay on HRES 851. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote will vote yea on HRES 851.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members, I inform the House that the following members will vote yes on HRES 851. Adriano Espaillat, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Juan Vargas, Kurt Schrader, Sara Jacobs, and Eduardo Case.
What purposes gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Posey, Jimenez, and Ms. Salazar of the state of Florida, I inform the House that the respective members, Posey, Jimenez, and Salazar, will vote nay on HRES 851.
What purposes gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Torres of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Torres will vote yes on HRES 851. As the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on HRES 851. And as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on HRES 851.
What purposes gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on House Res 851. As the member designated by Mr. Mast, I inform the House that Mr. Mast will vote nay on House Res 851.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the following list of members, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 851. Suzanne Bonamici, Julia Brownlee, Catherine Clark, Lois Frankel, Grace Meng, Shelley Pingree, Melanie Stansbury. Oh my God, I honestly...
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Chris, I inform the House that Mr. Chris will vote yea on HRES 851.
For what purposes, gentleman from Colorado rise?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of the 2nd Congressional District of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote yes on HRES 851.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, I inform the House that Ms. Velasquez will vote yes on HRES 851.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise and inform the House that Mr. Doggett will vote aye on H.R.
851. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on HRes 851. And as the member designated by Ms. Fletcher of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Fletcher will vote aye on HR 851.
On this vote, the yeas are 222 and the nays are 208. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 5665, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 156, H.R. 5665, a bill to establish in the Department of State the Office to Monitor and Combat Islamophobia and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. What purposes, gentlemen from Tennessee, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Hartzler of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote nay on H.R. 5665.
What purposes does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
What purposes, gentleman from South Carolina, rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Zeldin, New York, I inform the House that Mr. Zeldin vote nay on H.R. 5665.
What purposes, gentleman from Maryland, rise?
Madam Speaker, the following members vote yes on 5665. Krishnamurthy, Illinois; McEachin, Virginia; Wilson, Florida; Trone, Maryland; DeFazio, Oregon.
What purposes, gentleman from Oklahoma, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma and Mr. Cole of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Hearn and Mr. Cole will vote no on 5665. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
And still I rise, Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Henry Cuellar of Texas. I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on HRes 5665.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Mr. Torres of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Torres will vote yes on H.R. 5665. And as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Mr. Mast of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast will vote nay on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the following list of members, as the member designated Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that will vote yes. Mr. Doyle, as I inform the House, will vote yes. And Mr. Boyle. Thank you.
Purposes, gentleman from Ohio rise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amodei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote no on H.R. 565.
For what purposes, gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on H.R. 5665. As a member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Trahan will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a representative designated by Representative McMorris Rogers of Washington, Representative Carl of Alabama, and by Representative Lesko of Arizona, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers, Representative Carl, and Representative Lesko will vote no on passage of H.R. 5665. Thank you.
For what purposes, gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the following members, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5665. That's Mr. Payne of New Jersey, Mr. Series of New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman of New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell of New Jersey, Ms. Kirkpatrick of Arizona, Mr. Nadler of New York, and Mr. Tonko of New York.
What purposes the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Nunes of California and Mr. Calvert of California, I inform the House that Mr. Nunes and Mr. Calvert will vote no on the passage of H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Barra, and Mr. Rupersberger, I inform the House that Ms. Porter, Mr. Ruiz, Mr. Barra, and Mr. Rupersberger will vote yes on House Resolution 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote nay on H.R. 5665. As a member designated by Mr. Gomert of State of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomert will also vote nay on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Minnesota rise?
Madam Chair, I inform the House that as member designated by Mr. Mondaire Jones, I inform the House that Mr. Jones will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
What purposes the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Troy Nels, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Nels will be voting nay on H.R. 5665. Thank you.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gottheimer, I inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
What purposes, gentleman from Nebraska, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doug Lamborn, Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote no on H.R. 5665.
What purposes, gentleman from Arizona, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva and Mr. O'Halloran, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva and Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote no on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes, gentleman from California, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
What purposes does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Guthrie will vote no on H.R. 5665.
What purposes, gentleman from Wisconsin, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Muser will vote no on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote no on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote no on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Representative Stefanik, I inform the House that Representative Stefanik will vote no on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote no on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Mr. McCall of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote no on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on H.R. 5665. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kako of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Kako will vote nay on H.R. 5665. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote nay on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes, gentleman from California, rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5665. Adriano Espaillat, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Juan Vargas, Kurt Schrader, Sara Jacobs, and Eduardo Case.
What purposes, gentleman from Alabama, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on H.R. 5665.
What purposes, gentlewoman from Delaware, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado and Ms. Beatty of Ohio, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette and Ms. Beatty will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
What purposes, gentlewoman from Colorado, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on H.R. 5665.
What purposes, gentleman from Illinois, rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Underwood, I inform the House that Ms. Underwood will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Miller from the state of West Virginia, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Miller will vote no on H.R. 5665. And as the member designated by Mr. Jackson from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jackson will vote no on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Louisiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yea on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes, gentleman from Michigan, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will vote no on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes, gentleman from California, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Garamendi of California, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Indiana, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana and Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that both Ms. Walorski and Mr. Long will vote no on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes, gentleman from California, rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Swalwell, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote aye
on H.R. 5665. As a member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 5665.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote nay on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Mr. Graves of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Graves will vote nay on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote nay on H.R. 5665. And as the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on H.R. 5665. Thank you.
Thank you. For what reasons does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As a member designated by Representative Leger Fernandez, I inform the House that Leger Fernandez will vote aye on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Dakota rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong will vote nay on H.R. 5665.
What purposes, gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, rise?
As the member designated by Representative Hayes, Representative Newman, and Representative Axney, I inform the House that Representatives Hayes, Newman, and Axney will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes, gentlemen from North Carolina, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri and Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner and Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri will vote no on H.Res. 5665.
Yes. What purposes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kay Granger of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will be a nay on H.R. 5665. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes, gentleman from Washington State, rise?
As a member designated by Representative Del Bene of Washington State, I inform the House that Representative Del Bene will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes, gentleman from Utah, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Curtis, Mr. Moore, Mr. Owens from Utah, and Mr. Simpson from Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis, Mr. Moore, and Mr. Owens and Mr. Simpson will vote nay on H.R. 5665.
What purposes the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote aye on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Price will vote aye on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Mr. Khanna of California, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote aye on H.R. 5665. And as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard, I inform the House Ms. Roybal Allard will vote aye on H.R. 5665.
What purposes does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on H.R. 5665. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from Washington State, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Strickland of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes, gentleman from Ohio, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote no on H.Res. 5665.
What purposes, gentleman from Florida, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ, I inform the House that Mr. Christ will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Herrera Butler of Washington State and Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote no on H.R. 5665.
what purposes the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote yes on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Mr. Peters of California, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on H.R. 5665. As the member designated by Mr. Kilmer of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Kilmer will vote yes on H.R. 5665. And as the member designated by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Butterfield will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kim of California, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote no on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Linda Sanchez, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Linda Sanchez will vote yea on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse, Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer from Oregon, Mr. DeSaulnier from California, Ms. Barragan from California, Dr. Lowenthal from California, Ms. Johnson from Texas, Mr. Cohen from Tennessee, Mr. Neal from Massachusetts, and Mr. Moulton from Massachusetts. I inform the House that those 8 members will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
Indiana. For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Posey and Mr. Jimenez and Ms. Salazar of the state of Florida, I inform the House that the respective members, Posey, Salazar, and Jimenez, will vote nay on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velázquez, I inform the House that Ms. Velázquez will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, I'm the member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas, and I inform the House that Mr. Doggett votes aye on H.R. 5665. And as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal votes aye on H.R. 5665. And as the member designated by Ms. Fletcher of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Fletcher votes aye on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on H.R. 5665.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the following members, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5665. Suzanne Bonamici, Julia Brownlee, Catherine Clark, Lois Frankel, Grace Meng, Shelley Pingree, Melanie Stansberry.
There you go. You got it.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Maloney of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yea on H.R. 5665.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 212. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will come to order. Members, please remove their conversations to the cloakroom. For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 852, I call up Senate Joint Resolution 33 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 33, Joint Resolution relating to increasing the debt limit.
The House is not in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 852, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Beyer, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on Senate Joint Resolution 33.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased that today the House will take action to protect our nation's full faith and credit. Senate Joint Resolution 33 will ensure that the United States continues to pay a nation that pays its bills, period. Without today's action, for the first time in our history, the United States government could default on its debt obligations because of the debt limit. And this would be ruinous for U.S. workers and their families. It would trigger a financial crisis on par with that of 2008, resulting in catastrophic economic damage with millions of jobs lost, businesses shuttered, and a banking system in chaos. At a time when our recovery is strong but uncertain, we risk the loss of 6 million jobs, an unemployment rate of nearly 9%, the elimination of $15 trillion in household wealth, and a decline in real GDP of 4%. Nonpartisan Moody's Analytics economist Mark Meadows predicted that following a default, a global market panic on the scale of the 2008 financial crisis would ensue. J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon predicted that such a default could, quote, cause an immediate, literally cascading catastrophe of unbelievable proportions and damage America for 100 years. If the United States were to default, it would likely prompt a lasting downgrade of the country's credit that would drastically increase costs for mortgages, car loans, student loans, credit card bills, and other borrowing. This would threaten the livelihoods of the very people we are here to represent. I want to be very clear. Raising the debt ceiling is not about incurring new debts. We are simply ensuring that federal government keeps its existing commitments, that it pays the bills we have already racked up. By raising the debt limit, we're meeting our existing obligations to members of the military, veterans and recipients of Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. In fact, 97% of the debts currently necessitating an increase were accrued prior to the Biden administration, many of which were passed with bipartisan support. This includes emergency pandemic relief measures, increased defense spending, and continued government operations. Madam Speaker, the time to act is now. Treasury Secretary Yellen has issued a dire warning. Without congressional action by tomorrow, the government will be left with insufficient funds to finance government operations. Over 50 million seniors could stop receiving Social Security checks for a time. Troops would go unpaid. Millions of families who rely on the monthly child tax credit could see delays. Our current economic recovery would reverse into recession with billions of dollars of growth and millions of jobs lost. As the 2011 debt ceiling crisis shows, even narrowly avoiding a default cost the country billions of dollars. While raising the debt ceiling does not on its own create new debts for the United States government, a failure to do so would certainly do so. Congress has addressed the debt limit 79 times since 1960 to prevent default, 30 times with a Democrat in the White House, 49 times under a Republican president. In fact, under President Trump, Congress took action to address the debt limit 3 times and did so without drama. Today's action should be no different. I urge my colleagues to support this measure to lift the debt ceiling, continue paying our bills, and to ensure our continued economic recovery. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you. In 2018, Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi, Leader Hoyer, Whip Clyburn, and 116 other House Democrats voted to default on the debt, shut down the government, and refuse disaster relief to devastated communities across America like mine. One even said Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. The responsibility to govern rests squarely on their shoulders. Well, right now, the Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the White House. The responsibility rests squarely on their shoulders. And make no mistakes, Democrats have known this day has been coming for 2 years and did absolutely nothing. They passed no budget, and passed no appropriations bills, and they didn't spend a moment in bipartisan outreach to address the debt ceiling. I agree, Congress should not play political games with the debt ceiling, but neither should it ignore the future financial crisis at risk of accelerating. President Biden and congressional Democrats passed their nearly $5 trillion socialist welfare plan. Despite his desperate bid to shift blame for this debt ceiling crisis Democrats themselves created, increasing America's national debt is necessary to make room in the so-called Build Back Better bill for trillions of wasteful spending and special interest handouts for the wealthy and big business. Make no mistake, the debt ceiling is not merely about passing past spending, it's about making room for new wasteful spending. Trillions that will pour more fuel on the inflation fire that marks Joe Biden's presidency. The highest rate in decades that's robbed families of their real wage gains from the past 3 years. Although the President, Democrats, and Congress continue to deny that inflation is real, this is now a crisis for families, and especially seniors on fixed incomes. Their claims that this costs zero has been debunked by the Independent Congressional Budget Office and multiple organizations, and fact-checked as false and misleading by the Washington Post. And Democrats' insistence that future permanence will be paid for begs the question they refuse to answer. How? Everyone knows there's only 2 ways to raise trillions of dollars more: tax middle-class families or rob from entitlement programs like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. The truth is that Democrats need this debt ceiling to fund special interests, give tax subsidies for luxury electric vehicles, and tax windfalls to millionaires, while the middle class get nothing, or even a tax hike. They need this debt ceiling to give tax breaks to trial lawyers, local media corporations, and pay 1.5 million workers more to stay home than go back to work. Democrats need $250 billion to lift the SALT cap so that 2 out of 3 millionaires will get a huge tax break. Meanwhile, for working families, inflation grows worse. Main Street businesses continue to struggle hard to find workers, and many parents will pay over $1,000 a month more for child care under Build Back Better. These are President Biden's priorities. Congressional Democrats, these are their priorities. The question, America, are these your priorities? The answer is no, which is why so many Americans overwhelmingly question the competence of President Biden and Democrats to lead this country. I urge a strong no vote on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not compassionate to bankrupt America. That's exactly what this plan does. It equips this country with more debt to pay for the past debt, with no plan to pay for the future debt. The only thing is more debt. It's a debt bomb, and it's something that this body has an obligation to stop. This country's on autopilot for a crash site, and the only plan is to keep riding on autopilot right into the crash site. The whole point of the debt ceiling is to force this body to do its duty and to come up with a plan to not default. The only question isn't whether we default tomorrow, which we shouldn't. Of course we should pay our debts, but we shouldn't default in the future either. And unless we come up with a different course of action, this is going to ride all the way to the crash site. I will oppose it, and I encourage every one of our colleagues to do the same, and we should continue to oppose it until there is a plan to avert the crisis and the crash that's coming. Don't bankrupt America.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Texas for his leadership. A lot has been said about the Congressional Budget Office scoring the Build Back Better bill, that it increases the deficit by $3 trillion, putting truth to the lie that the bill is paid for. It is not. What the American people need to know is that there's another CBO report that was released earlier this fall that should be front and center of this debate over raising the debt limit. Here's what that report says about the direction America's heading. According to the CBO, by 2051, America's debt to GDP ratio will be over 200%. In other words, our debt will be twice the size of our entire economy. That CBO report said a growing debt burden would increase the risk of a fiscal crisis and higher inflation, as well as undermine confidence in the U.S. dollar, making it more costly to finance public and private activity in international markets. The CBO reported that with growing debt and rising interest rates, net spending for interest more than triples relative to the size of the economy. A New York Times article reported that the CBO warned that such high debt levels will lift borrowing costs, slow economic output, and raise the risk of a fiscal crisis. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget warned that the nation's long-term outlook was an air raid siren that can be heard for miles. It said the mounting debt would make it harder to address income inequality and to make needed infrastructure improvements. Apparently, my Democrat colleagues are deaf to that siren. Now my colleagues want to raise the debt limit by another $2.5 trillion so they can continue down the path of reckless spending with no regard for the consequences for our nation's future. That is the wrong path. That is the dangerous path, and that is why every member should heed the warnings and vote no. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the most distinguished Speaker of the House, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi.
Gentlewoman from California, the distinguished speaker is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding this time, more importantly, for bringing this important legislation to the floor. Now, we say that with many bills, and let me tell you, Madam Speaker, what this means to America's families. America's families, as they gather around the kitchen table and figure out their priorities and how they're going to pay the bills and what keeps them up at night. We must lift the debt ceiling to cover the expenses already incurred. It's important to note over 95% of it incurred during the Trump administration, under 4% of it during the Biden administration. But sadly, Republicans have not only abandoned the responsibility we have in all of this, this is what it means to you. For families, a default could mean millions of American jobs eliminated, trillions in household wealth erased, reducing the value of the dollar, and an immediate reversal of our strong economic recovery, 6 million jobs already under Joe Biden, and having a terrible impact globally for decades to come. Just the discussion of not lifting the debt ceiling a number of years ago, when the Republicans in Congress were refusing to do so, lowered the credit rating of the United States of America. Our Constitution says, and it makes clear, the validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law shall not be questioned. So I just want to point out this other fact. If you have a car loan, if you have a mortgage, if you have a student loan, if you have credit card bills, any other borrowing, your interest rates will go up unless we lift the debt ceiling. So this has a direct impact on the pockets of the American people, on the prospects for their success. Let's be clear, what Republicans want less money in the pockets for the American people for whatever reasons. I don't know what the middle class and working families ever did to them for them to want to exact this toll on our economy, on our standing in the world, and what it means globally. But very importantly, when you're discussing your finances over the kitchen table, understand that if your interest rates go up, it's because the refusal of the Republicans to lift the debt ceiling. And again, this is, I just close by saying the full faith and credit of the United States should never be questioned. The health of our economy should never be threatened. The financial security of our families must never be gambled. I urge a strong vote for this legislation so that we strengthen our economic recovery, spare families the pain of a catastrophic default, and uphold our duty in the Constitution of the United States to uphold the full faith and credit of the United States of America. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and urge an aye vote on this. And again, thank Mr. Beyer for his leadership on this issue, and Mr. Richie Neal, the chair of the committee, as well. Thank you.
The gentlewoman, the distinguished Speaker of the House, yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. I'm prepared to close at this time. Mr. Beyer?
Yes, please.
Great. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may use.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just sort of a general reminder, 2018, Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi, Leader Hoyer, Whip Clyburn, and 116 other Democrats voted to default on America's debt, to shut down our government at the same time, and refused disaster relief to devastated communities across America, including in Texas. And as they said, Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. The responsibility to govern rests squarely on their shoulders. And another general reminder to the American public, our Democrat friends have known this day has been coming for 2 years. This is a crisis that they created. Didn't bother to pass a budget, didn't do their appropriations bill, no bipartisan outreach. Waited again and again for this cliff and created this crisis. It's been frustrating to watch this go on. And two, I know middle-class Americans, 1 out of every 3, will see a tax hike in the Build Back Better bill, but 2 out of 3 millionaires get a huge tax cut. $250 billion of this debt ceiling, $250 billion of this increase will go to millionaires and billionaires and other wealthy Americans. Not to mention the heat your home tax on middle-class families, the toddler tax on middle-class families, the Made in America tax on our Main Street businesses. What is now clear is that President Biden is a pay-cut president. Even as most Americans work hard to get ahead in their careers and their workplaces, they're now falling behind every month of this presidency. They've lost 3 years of worth of real wage growth, went backwards in getting ahead. And just since spring, Americans are losing an average $377 a month in real purchasing power. Who's the party for the middle class and working families? Not Democrats, who are robbing inflation from their paychecks. Adding another $5 trillion to the inflation fire will only cause prices to continue to grow faster than paychecks. The middle class is on the hook for Democrats' handouts to the highest earners, including their government checks to the top 1% and the biggest corporations. lavish subsidies for luxury electric vehicles, and tax cuts for the wealthiest. Over half of families with 2 kids who pay for child care will be forced to pay a $27,000 toddler tax each year under the Democrats' Washington takeover of child care. All this hurts American workers and their families, the poor and the seniors. We ought to stop this economic surrender. We ought to stop this economic suppression. We ought to stop this attack on middle class and working families. We ought to make pro-growth tax reform permanent that lifted millions of Americans out of poverty, brought jobs back from overseas, and for the first time started to shrink income inequality. You may remember in 2019, Madam Speaker, families in America, their household income grew more in 1 year under President Trump and Republicans than in all 8 years of President Obama and Biden combined. We believe there is a smarter way to help American working families, but I know this. Democrats are wrong to fight for $5 trillion of social spending that will send jobs overseas, limit choice in child care, worsen health care, and lower paychecks by flaming inflation longer and making the worker shortage worse. We can't afford this pay cut presidency. I once again urge my colleagues to vote no on this measure and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And very briefly, it seems my Republican friends would like to make this debate about the bipartisan infrastructure bill and about the Build Back Better bill, despite the fact that these are wildly popular with American people. Listening to my Republican friends, it sounds like we are in a desperate country. Instead of one that's created 6 million jobs so far this year, an all-time record, that has 6% GDP growth expected this year. Our unemployment rate's 4.2%. It's recovered faster than any time in American history. We are about to fund daycare for the American working families, bring 3- and 4-year-olds to school. Child tax credit will be extended. Our infrastructure bill is going to build more roads and highways, electrical grid, broadband, fix the lead pipes. All of this in 2 bills that are paid for every penny. And when people suggest that the benefits may be extended, we have also promised to pay for them if that in fact happens. You complain that we haven't done the appropriations bill. This House did the appropriations bill, but in a Senate that requires 60 votes, the appropriations bill didn't happen over there. But this is not about 2 very good bills, 2 paid-for bills that don't increase the deficit, that don't add to inflation. It's about the simple fact that we need to pay our bills. It's a simple bill. This vote should be simple. During the Trump administration, the Republicans added $7.9 trillion, 50% to the national debt. Their Tax Cut and Jobs Act alone added $1.9 trillion. We have to pay for that. That's what we're paying for tonight. And I urge all of my colleagues, Democratic and Republican, to vote for this good Senate joint resolution to lift the debt ceiling. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back, all time having been yielded at the time the debate time has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the 3rd reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 3rd reading.
Joint resolution relating to increasing the debt limit.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, on that, I ask the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Sorry about that. What purposes the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, the following members vote yes on S.J. Res 33. DeFazio, Oregon; Trone, Maryland; McEachin, Virginia; Wilson, Florida; Krishnamurthy, Illinois.
What purposes the gentleman from Utah rise?
Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Curtis, Mr. Moore, Mr. Owens from Utah, and Mr. Simpson from Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis, Mr. Moore, Mr. Owens, and Mr. Simpson will vote nay on Senate Joint Resolution 33.
For what purposes the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kilmer of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Kilmer will vote yes on S.J. Res 33. As the member designated by Mr. Peters of California, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on S.J. Res 33. As the member designated by Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote yes on S.J. Res 33. As the member designated by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Butterfield will vote yes on S.J. Res 33.
For what purposes the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of New York and Mrs. Herrera Butler of Washington State, I inform the House that those members will vote no on S.J. Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Representatives Axne, Newman, and Hayes, I inform the House that Representatives Axne, Newman, and Hayes will vote yes on S.J. Res 33.
Purposes the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Hartzler of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Hartzler will vote no on S.J. Res 33.
What purposes the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Linda Sanchez pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Sanchez will vote yes on H.J. Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on SJRS 33.
For what purposes the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, and still I rise, as a member designated by Mr. Henry Cuellar of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
What purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a representative designated by Representative McMorris Rogers of Washington, Representative Carl of Alabama, and by Representative Lesko of Arizona, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers, Representative Carl, and Representative Lesko will vote no on passage of S.J. Res 33. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, Mr. Lawson informs the House that he will vote yes on S.J. Resolution 33. Madam Speaker, Mr. Boyle votes yes on S.J. Resolution 33. And Madam Speaker, designate Mr. Doyle will vote yes on S.J. 33.
For what purposes, gentleman from Ohio, rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote no on S.J. Res 33.
For what purposes, the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the following members, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S.J. Res 33. Suzanne Bonamici, Julia Brownlee, Catherine Clark, Lois Frankel, Grace Meng, Shelley Pingree, Melanie Stansberry.
For what purposes, gentleman from Ohio, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote no on S.J. Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from, the gentlewoman from Washington State rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Strickland from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on S.J. Res 33.
What purposes, gentleman from Tennessee, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote nay on S.J. Res 33. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote nay on S.J. Res 33. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Graves of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Graves will vote nay on SJ Res 33. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on SJ Res 33. Thank you.
Thank you. What purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Earl Blumenauer from Oregon, Mark DeSagne from California, Alan Lowenthal from California, Annette Barragan from California, Steve Cohen from Tennessee, Eddie Bernice Johnson from Texas, Richie Neal from Massachusetts, and Seth Moulton from Massachusetts. I inform the House that those 8 members will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote nay on SJ Res 33. As a member designated by Mr. Gomert of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomert will vote nay on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velázquez, I inform the House that Ms. Velázquez will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Russ Fulcher of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote nay on SJ Res 33.
What purposes, gentleman from Illinois, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes, gentleman from Michigan, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will vote no on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Minnesota rise?
Hi, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mondaire Jones, I inform the House that Mr. Jones will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kim of California, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote no on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the following members, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on SJ Res 33, and that is Mr. Payne of New Jersey, Mr. Sears of New Jersey, Mr. Nadler of New York, Mr. Tonko of New York, Mr. Pascrell of New Jersey, Ms. Kirkpatrick of Arizona, and Ms. Bonnie Watson-Coleman of New Jersey.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, thank you. As a member designated by Mr. Troy Nels, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Troy Nels will be voting nay on SJ Res 33. Thank you and Merry Christmas.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gett of Colorado and Ms. Beatty of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gett and Ms. Beatty will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Oklahoma, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma and Mr. Cole of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Hearn and Mr. Cole will vote no on HJ Res 33. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Louisiana, rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yea on SJ Res 33.
Purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Nunes of California and Mr. Calvert of California, I inform the House that Mr. Nunes and Mr. Calvert will vote no on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Muser will vote no on SJ Res 33. As the member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote no on SJ Res 33. As the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote no on SJ Res 33. As the member designated by Representative Stefanik of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on SJ Res 33. As a member designated by Representative Diaz-Balart of Florida, I inform the House that Representative Diaz-Balart will vote no on SJ Res 33. As a member designated by Representative McCall of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. McCall will vote no on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ, I inform the House that Mr. Christ will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller from the state of West Virginia, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Miller will vote no on Resolution 33. And as the member designated by Mr. Jackson from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jackson will vote no to Resolution 33.
For what purposes, gentleman from California, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HJ Res 33. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Barra, and as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz and Mr. Ruppersberger, I inform the House that Mr. Barra, Mr. Ruiz, and Mr. Ruppersberger vote yes on HJ Res 33.
For what purposes, gentleman from Nebraska, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Doug Lamborn, Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote no on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes, gentleman from Colorado, rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of the 2nd Congressional District of Colorado, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from Michigan, rise?
Thank you. As the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on HR Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bowman, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on SJ Resolution 33.
For what purposes, gentleman from South Dakota, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Armstrong of the state of North Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong will vote no on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Underwood, I inform the House that Ms. Underwood will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes, gentleman from Indiana, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird from Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on SJ Res 33. As the member designated by Mr. Guthrie from Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Guthrie will vote no on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Huffman, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes, gentleman from New York, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on SJ Res 33. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on SJ 33.
What purposes does gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on SJ Res 33. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. What purposes, gentlemen from Alabama, rise? Florida, rise.
Florida. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote no on SJ Res 33.
Thank the gentleman from Florida. For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members, I inform the House that the following members will vote yes on SJ Res 33. Adriano Espaillat, Grace Napolitano, Vicente Gonzalez, Juan Vargas, Kurt Schrader, Sarah Jacobs, and Ed Case.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gosar from Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on SJ Resolution 33. And Merry Christmas, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Torres of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Torres
will vote yes on HJ Res 33. As the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that Ms. Bass will vote yes on Senate Joint Resolution 33. And as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on Senate Joint Resolution 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kako of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Kako will vote nay on SJ Res 33. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yea on SJ 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes, gentleman from Washington State, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Del Bene of Washington State, I inform the House that Representative Del Bene will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on SJ Res 33. And as the member designated by Mr. Mast of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Mast will vote nay on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva and Mr. O'Halloran, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva and Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Zeldin of New York, I inform the House Mr. Zeldin will vote nay on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on HJ Res 33. As the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Trahan will vote yes on HJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on SJ Resolution 33.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Maloney of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yea on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Mr. John Garamendi of California, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote aye on SJ Res 33. And as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote aye on SJ Res 33. And as the member designated by Mr. Khanna of California, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote aye on SJ Res 33. And finally, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard of California will vote aye on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kay Granger, the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will be a nay on SJ Res 33. Thank you. Merry Christmas, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition or rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Swalwell, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote aye on SJ Res 33. As the member designated by Mr. Carnos, I inform the House that Mr. Carnos will vote aye on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fletcher of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Fletcher will vote aye on S.J. Res. 33. As the member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Doggett will vote aye on S.J. Res. 33. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on S.J. Res. 33.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As a member designated by Representative Lejer Fernandez, I inform the House that Lejer Fernandez will vote aye on SJRS 333.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri and Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer and Ms. Wagner will vote no on HJ Res 33. SJ Res 33. What did I say?
Purposes does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Walorski of Indiana and Mr. Long of Missouri, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Mr. Long will vote no on SJ Res 33.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Posey, Mr. Jimenez, and Ms. Salazar of the Sunshine State, I inform the House the respective members, Posey, Salazar, and Jimenez, will all vote nay on SJ Res 33.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gottheimer, I inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote yes on SJ Res 33.
On this vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays are 209. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. on Thursday, December 16, 2021.